Well, good evening, racing fans. Welcome to racing action from Grand River Raceway for this Friday evening. It's Harness the Hope night, and we're all decked out in pink this evening, supporting those affected by breast cancer. We'll have MCs Tammy and Shar from Studio Boutique on throughout the evening. We'll have a silent auction that closes at 8 p.m. Note it's hosted in the Grandway building. Also, we'll have featured drinks and gourmet cookies and chocolates being sold at all of the Grandway bars. It should be a tremendous night, but before we get to all of the action and, of course, all the information and other festivities planned for the evening, let's get to the changes on this evening's card. And note the track listed is fast. 11 races for your Harness Hope enjoyment this evening. No changes, races 1 through 4. No changes, races 1 through 4. In race number 5, number 8, Vogue Blue Chip, blinkers to open bridle. That is blinkers to open bridle. Race 5, number 8, Vogue Blue Chip. Race number 6, scratched, is number 2, Southwold Gemma. Race 6, scratched to Southwold Gemma. Races 7 and 8 have no changes. No changes, races 7 or 8. Race number 9, number 6, Made Right is scratched. Race 9, scratch number 6, Made Right. And races 10 and 11, no changes. No changes, races 10 or 11. Once again, reviewing the first couple of dashes, which start the early daily double. In fact, we'll give you the first 4 races, and note there are no changes on the card. 16 minutes to post time. And fans, of course, it is Harness the Hope night, and tonight's broadcast is brought to you by our station, our broadcast sponsor, Station Earth. And now to begin the Harness the Hope program, well, we have 2 MCs along with us this evening, Tammy and Shar from Studio Boutique. Studio Boutique is owned by best friends Tammy and Charlene. Tammy, a longtime entrepreneur, opened up her first boutique in 2020, just before the pandemic. And in December 2020, life change has brought her back to Ontario. And in March 21, her longtime friend Shar decided to join forces and open up a location in Fergus. And Charlene left a 23-year design career to help Tammy open Studio Boutique in downtown Fergus. Charlene's creative background and sense of style and pure talent for trending design is a huge compliment for the boutique. Let's meet Tammy and Charlene, who are down trackside. Ladies?
Go ahead. Hi, Gary and everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight at our Harness the Hope night here at the Grand River Raceway. As Gary said, she's Tammy and I am Shar, and we'll be your hosts for the evening. It is a fun and very pink evening of horse racing, fundraising, and celebrating, and also community. In the Grandway building, we have a silent auction, which will close at 8 p.m., and we also have a 50-50 tickets on sale till 8:30 p.m. Where would I leave off? And pink swag, all available at Harness the Hope booth. A photo booth also presented by Picture Us. Laura Fergus today is covering the night and taking photos of all pink things happening. An important race to note tonight is race number 5. This is the Harness the Hope race, sponsored by Skyline Group of Companies. All cancer survivors and those supporting someone through the cancer journey, and all of those can join us tonight at the winner's circle for the photo. That's after race 5, and that's all for now. Let's kick off the program.
All right. Let's introduce Lauren Roy from Boutique Entertainment, who will be singing the national anthem. Boutique Entertainment isn't just a business, of course. It's a personal mission to bring joy, emotion, and individuality to every celebration, and ensure the road to get there is just as lovely as the big day itself. So from soulful soloist intimate jazz ensembles, or the majestic allure of the grand big band. Thank you, Lauren, for bringing yourself and your beautiful voice this evening.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all our sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening.
Well, fans, we're inside of 10 minutes to post time to our first dash, and it's Harness the Hope Night here at Grand River Raceway. And of course, a lot of great stuff going on this evening. But also, we have our co host and handicapping expert joining us on the evening live from Margaretville, the Big Palace in Newmarket, Ontario. Robert Reed Jr. And Robert will be along with me all evening. And Robert's decked out in the pink. And how are you doing, buddy?
Doing fantastic, Gary. I always love Harness the Hope Night. Great that we have a couple of great MCs, too, from Studio Boutique, Tammy and Shar on track, and all kinds of great things happening at the river tonight. Make sure you go over and check out those silent auction items, buy those 50/50 tickets, and really support a great cause. But also, there's a fantastic lineup of harness racing action. 11 dashes tonight. We've got 4 divisions of the Prospect Series, all for 2-year-old trotters, 2 for the Colts and Geldings, 2 for fillies. I love this card. I love any Harness the Hope night, but when I looked at the program and the lineup for tonight on the racetrack, I absolutely loved it. I've got several plays of the nights, got some singles in the multi-legs, and I'm very excited about the action on the track tonight as well. And of course, we always kick off the card with that early pick 5, with that guaranteed pool of $5,000, that low take on a 15%. And we might as well get right into it right now and take a look at the tickets we've mapped out tonight, myself, Gary, and Conley. And like I said, I'm very fond of this card tonight. And you can see that I've got some strong opinions when we start off with 3 singles to kick off this pick 5 wager. So I might even try to run the gauntlet with 5 straight singles on some tickets, but we're going to start off with 3 anyways. And the one that I've mapped out for you is a base ticket. In the first race, Wildcat Delight, going to be very difficult to beat. She gets class relief. She gets a good draw. I really think that she's going to handle this group with relative ease. She's 6-5 right now. I'd be shocked if you get that price come post time. Race number 2, the 4, Blue Heron. This horse was a $100,000 yearling purchase. The qualifier was sneaky good. I mean, it looks good on paper. It was way better than it looks on paper when you watched it visually. And there's some serious bloodlines for this horse as well. He makes his lifetime debut in the lower tier of the Ontario program. I think he's the clear one to beat in race number 2. Of course, he's got to take to the surface here. They're 2-year-old trotters, but I'm going all in on the 4 Blue Heron in race number 2. Race number 3, singling up on the 2, Axel Bovino. This horse looked like he might be on his way to victory on May 3rd at Mohawk Park. Got a little bit leg weary late, then rolled into a break as the heavy favorite. That was back in early May. Since then, really nice looking qualifier under no urging, 56-1, August 21st over this surface. We know how much that can do for a horse having that qualifier right here at the river. Singling him as well in race number 3. So we're 3 singles to kick it off. Just 2 deep in race number 4, and I'll likely be singling the 4 Sunday Shoes on some tickets as well. Think he's the one to beat in there, but the 2 Gin Master, just intrigued by this one. I think the qualifier was better than it looks on paper as well. A little bit hidden, first-time starter. Don't know what he is just yet, but I think he might be able to go with that one, especially if he can work out a good trip. So 2 deep there with the 2 and 4. Race 5, 5 deep, 1, 2, 6, 7, and 9. And I might even try to go right back. Well, I'm going right back to the 7 Smoking Hot Dude. I might play some further presses singling him as well. He steps up in class, but he's been incredible in his last 2, doing great things for Julie Walker and JBR. We're going to have him on every ticket, but maybe a few tickets with just him alone. But 5 deep anyways in a really competitive looking dash. 1, 2, 6, 7, and 9. $2 for a 20-cent wager. I've got to be spending less than Gary Guy tonight.
Absolutely. I'm stuck on $9.60. It just seems to be my amount. But also, even though you went with 3 singles, I wanted some coverage because I just didn't want to get the ones that you have in there. I wanted to see if I can find a price. Look, Wildcat Delight is, I think, the one to beat, but I added Cabot Tower because if you look at the last time this one dropped down to this class was July the 12th. Winner Gagnon, Cabot Tower, at 47-1. I'm just taking a flyer, adding that one to the likely one. Race number 2, and I should mention to our fans, Robert is the 2-year-old expert. And Robert knows these young horses and watches a lot of stuff. So even though I am not with Robert, I'd kind of lean with Robert on 2-year-olds. Even though I have a different opinion, I have the 6, 5, and 3 Bank on Lucas and Macedonian tie game, and my top one is tie game. Robert went a different way, and I'd lean more with Robert if you were just trying to figure this thing out. Race number 3, number 2, Alex Bovino is the top choice, but I added in also the 8, Mr. Commodore. Again, I'm taking a flyer because we saw Mr. Commodore be outstanding here back at the beginning of the meet. Since then, things have kind of gone south at Mohawk, but comes back here. Just looking around for a flyer. Race number 4, no flyer, Sunday Shoes, where Robert did add Gin Master. And again, Robert, with the 2-year-olds, I would lean taking a close look at Gin Master because he sees these horses and studies things very closely. And in race number 5, well, Robert got tired out and just decided to throw 5 in there. I had enough energy to take a little closer look, but then I only wound up with the 2, 6, 7, and 1. So I wound up with 4, and Robert went 5. So $9.60. Buddy, let's see if you're the $2 expert, the 2-year-old expert, because the $2 ticket, and I think you are the 2-year-old guy.
Well, I appreciate the kind words, Gary. And 0 chances for us both to be winners tonight, but that's okay. Hopefully one of us cashes a ticket. Don't have my best bet in race number 2, but hey, listen, like I said, I think that was a little bit hidden in the multis. I think we'll take a lot of support in that race, though. We'll see what Conley's got in store for us tonight. $9.60 is Gary's. I think he spends that every single night, so he likes to stay at that amount. I usually fluctuate around that number, maybe above or below it, but went real cheap tonight, just $2 for a 20-cent ticket. Like I said, I've got some strong opinions on this card, and we're going to hope we're right because we're going to be pressing those numbers. We'll see what Conley's got in store for us. We have his ticket up just in a moment.
And we should ask, is Conley a 2-year-old expert? How has he done with the young horses?
He's done okay. Yeah, I think he does his homework. He doesn't have my best bet on his ticket either, though. So maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. In the first leg, 2-9. So Wildcat Delight and JS bet this lady 3, 5, and 6. He's with you, Gary. But again, Blue Heron for me. I mean, this is a $100,000 yearling. I think 10 siblings with $100,000 or more in earnings, and I thought the qualifier was fantastic. So 3, 5, and 6 for Conley in race number 2. I would use the 4 in there as well. 2 and 8 in race 3, along with Gary. He's going to use Alex Bavino, but also add in this 8, Mr. Commodore. In the 4th race, just the 4 on his ticket. That is who's he got there? Yeah, that's going to be Sunday Shoes, who is the one that's likely to take a lot of support in there. I think, again, first glance, looks like maybe it's tough to beat that one, maybe unbeatable. I added the 2 Gin Master, and then he goes deep as well in race 5. So we all kind of agree that's the race where we might see something funky happen. He went 1, 2, 3, 6, and 8. Does not have Smoking Hot Dew. So me and Conley are on a different page in several spots in this ticket, but his ticket is $12 for a 20-cent
I got a
ticket.
quick question I want to
minutes.
ask you.
Yep.
Well,
Go
you
for
said
it.
that Conley's good with the 2-year-olds because he does his homework, and I know you do your homework, but is there a subtle little hint there that I don't do my homework? Is that what you're saying, buddy?
No, everyone does. I mean, I think we all do our homework. I mean, it's just, the one thing I watch every qualifier, right? I mean, as best that I can. And I think sometimes things are a little bit hidden in qualifiers, and things happen in a race that you don't see on the program page. I always tell people the program page and the lines in the program page can lie to you. And I think that's probably the case with in race number 2. Just looks like it's a mediocre kind of qualifier. I thought it was much better visually. So that's
Good. Listen, the program might lie to you, but Robert Reed doesn't lie to you. Robert's got his pick, so good luck with your selections this evening,
Let's
buddy.
hope so. You're really building me up tonight. Let's hope we have a good night. But a couple minutes opposed to the opening dash, folks, means you got to get your pick 5 tickets in. 5,000 is a guarantee on the pool. 15% is the low takeout. We'll come back after the post break, take a closer look at the opening dash on Harness the Hope night.
Field 4 race number 1 is heading out onto the post parade, and it's the Harness the Hope Night, our broadcast sponsor, Station Earth Total Home Technologies. On post parade 1 is Geminar, Dick Stewart for Larry Fitzsimmons. Number 2 is Wildcat Delight, Brett McDonough for Ron McDonald and Blue Shoe Investments. Number 3 is Happy Looker, Austin Surrey for Mark Winnicott and Donald Smith and Donna Parker. And 4 is Feel It in Your Hands, Jason Ryan for Gaetan Hébert. 5 is Cabot Tower, Anthony Hahn for Ken Oliver and Milton Young. Number 6 is MVP Kamala, Garrett Rooney for Ernest Party. And number 7 is Tamara Hanover, Todd Ratchford for Rod Boyd, and a numbered company from Ottawa. Eight is Sheila's Rush, Paul McKenzie for Ken Oliver and Milton Young. And 9 is Jazz Bet This Lady, Travis Henry for Roger Gebhardt and Carol Gebhardt. It's a field of 9, race number 1. Let's get a look at this field. And once again, we will mention to you the sponsor for race number 1 coming up. And the sponsor for race number 1 is Elements Casino. It's all here. Grand River Elements Casino presenting race number 1, and also presenting race number 1's selections is Robert Reed. And Buddy, Wildcat Delight, I think jumps off the page here, and that's why we're looking at even money.
Yeah, I think she jumps off the page too, Gary. I mean, she's a horse that, obviously a classy mare, 31 lifetime victories, 213,000 made. Been facing tougher as of late. That last race at Georgian Downs, we know that, just kind of started getting a little bit faster there now. Mile times were slower there for most of the month of August. So 55 and 3 last time out, sat fourth throughout, finished fourth to EL Citadel. Before that, Mohawk Park. And if you go down to the bottom page, the bottom line on the page, though, July 5th, in the top condition class here at the River, was a winner at 6-1, and was also a winner before that as well. So I just think that, from an inside draw against a much softer group, she's the clear one to beat. And for me, I don't like kind of wasting equity in multi-leg tickets. If I think one is going to win, I try to single them. And right now she's 3-5. So I'm not being creative or inventive or anything, but I don't want to use anyone else, because then I'm going to increase the cost of my ticket and lessen my chance of having more combinations later.
Well, and look at that Wildcat Delight July 5th line. Major League was second. Man, would we love Major League in here. So Wildcat Delight, 4-5. And I mean, that was a tough bunch. Number 1, Geminar, is one that you saw at Sarnia. You see the races everywhere. You do your homework, as you mentioned. And Geminar also was one we saw here, one start August the 16th.
Yeah, I don't mind Geminar here. You look at the victories, obviously the one that you see on the bottom of the page here is Sarnia, kind of bottom condition class. Same spot she finished third in last time. But the victory was in against fillies and mares. Last time out, she faced male competition too, and the winner was Fear the Shadow, and Fear the Shadow's been on a bit of a roll. So, losing by half a length to that one, I think is really kind of a good form reference. And before that, you can see who she's facing. Sweet Gadgets here at this level. I would probably think that we'd probably be happy to go with one like Sweet Gadgets underneath Wildcat Delight in here. Now, Field in Your Hands was second on that dash, and I thought it was a fantastic effort from that one. But I just think Geminar was going to give us a chance to add some value to the bottom end of the exacta, and she does have the pole position, so I think she could work out a favorable trip.
Number 5, Cabot Tower. I threw that one on to the pick 5, just hoping to find a price. That price is 9-1. And there's a couple interesting lines. July the 26th, in a class that's tougher than here, was second to Nora D, a close second, a good one. Nora D is one that Wildcat Delight beat in that upper class July the 5th here. And also look at that July the 12th line. That was a good line the last time this one dropped down.
Yeah, no, she's been actually racing, better probably than she's getting credit for right now. She's 13-1 on the board, and again, I think that victory July 12th was one where she kind of got things her own way in the sense that she sat on the inside, was able to come up the passing lane for the victory, 54-4. But that second to Nora D was much better, I thought. And one where she can replicate that effort, she can be right there at the wire. So I thought Cabot Tower would take more support on the odds board, but right now 13-1, one that I think you have to have underneath, because she looks like one of the most logical ones to play in the exotics.
Feel It in Your Hands is hard to figure out, because when you look at the year, it's a little light. But then you had that good start here in a class that's similar to this one 2 races ago, beaten only a quarter of a length.
Yeah, that was kind of one that jumped off the page at me, right? I mean, I thought she was going to get up on that occasion. She really put Sweet Gadgets to the test late at 22-1. And we kind of said coming out of that race, this horse is 0 for 20 going into that dash. Maybe we got to kind of put her on the radar now, because that kind of, again, when you see a horse kind of go out there and do something they haven't done in a while, maybe they're going to turn it around. But the next start came at Mohawk Park against much tougher rivals, and you can't really expect her to do much there. And she got beat by a wide margin at 76-1. This is more her people now, right? She's back with friends, we'll say, lower condition class here at the River. I think she can be a part of it, but 5-1 to me. I'd want more than that if I was betting her to win.
And a quick last-second thought on Tamara Hanover, raced better at Georgian Downs last time out and won 5 times last year.
Yeah, she was 5 for 8 last year. She was fantastic as a rookie. I mean, she's a 3-year-old against older horses. No on the board finishes in 6 tries this year. She was okay too back in this class. She raced from off the pace. I just kind of have to keep watching her, right? I mean, I don't typically take horses that are fitting numbers of 3 against these types, so I'm going to watch her again tonight. Hopefully it doesn't bite me.
Well, it's a field of 9, race number 1, first of 11 dashes. Harness the Hope Night here at Grand River Raceway. And the fillies and mares are in position. Field 4, race number 1. Is at the start of the rough and Feel It in Your Hands is going to blast with Wildcat Delay. Happy Looker, Geminar. Then JS Bet This Lady, Cabot Tower. MVP Kamala, Tamara Hanover, and Sheila's Rush is trailing the field, but Wildcat Delay. 1-9 on the board's got the front. Happy Looker at 24-1 is joyfully racing along in the pocket. Geminar is third. Feel It in Your Hands is on the inside fourth. JS Bet This Lady, then Cabot Tower. Back to MVP Kamala, Tamara Hanover, and Sheila's Brush, and they race off the turn, and they come on towards us. Wildcat Delight and Brent McDonald with the lead. Advantage off at 27-3 opening quarters, a length and a half over Happy Looker. Now Feel It in Your Hands is on the move, and JS Bet This Lady to the outside. Then Geminar. Cabot Tower now is part of the outer flow and is racing sixth and coming on a bit, but is still about 5 or 6 off the lead. MVP Kamala, Tamara Hanover second last. Sheila's Brush is trailing off at 27-3/4. Half is 57-2 at 29-4. Second pedal breather for Wildcat Delay. Heavily favored Wildcat Delay with a lead of a length and a half. Racing second still is Happy Looker. Feel It in Your Hands might have stalled a bit now. Geminar is on the inside. JS Bet This Lady is going to pop out 3 wide. MVP Kamala. Then it is back to Cabot Tower, Tamara Hanover, and Sheila's Rush. And the field hustles their way on to 3/4. Wildcat Delight and Happy Looker. JS Bet This Lady and Geminar. And Cabot Tower is fifth. And on the inside, MVP Kamala. Then Tamara Hanover and Feel It in Your Hands is all the way back to eighth. And Sheila's Brush is trailing the field 3/4, 126-1. Happy Looker off the trip has popped out. Wildcat Delight on the inside. On the outside, Happy Looker. And up the passing lane is Geminar, but it is coming to the finish, Wildcat Delay cruising to win it by 2.5. Then we had Geminar and Happy Looker, and rounding out the top 4, JS Bet This Lady, mile of 154-2, Wildcat Delay. 1-9 on the board. The tote board told us, and then the action on the track told us and confirmed exactly that, Robert.
Yeah, it certainly did. I mean, she's just kind of head and shoulders better than this group, right? I mean, you look top to bottom. No one's really got her resume. No one's got the recent form. I mean, you look at recent efforts and say, well, she hasn't raced all that great, but she's been facing killers compared to who she faces tonight, right? So it's just one of those things where it's a drop and pop. And Brett McDonald wanted to be, on the engine, right? You're on the best horse. There's 2 spots I want to be, anyways. When I bet the horse who I think is best to race, either first up or on the engine, and that's what he decided to do, go to the front, and at least we get our exacta, a bit of a value play. I think it's paying $16, 2-1 here with Geminar second. I think she got a little bit lucky that Happy Looker popped the pocket on the final turn and was able to gain a position, but hey, we'll take it.
Absolutely. So you at least lay out the exacta, because when we're looking at 1-9, you better have a horse to go along with it. And that horse to go along is 25-1 on the board.
Yeah, Geminar 25-1. I thought big overlay. Just again, pole position. We know that kind of lends itself to a good trip for a horse that have tactical speed. Geminar does possess that, even though her lines recently don't show it. And Nick Stewart got her into a good spot, and then she's able to lock down that play spot. I mean, Happy Looker raced well. I think again, Austin Story decided he wanted to try to win the race, which he did. He popped the pocket on Wildcat Delight, who may have been getting a little bit lazy on the front end. But we know she's going to likely respond, right, when she gets any kind of a challenge, and she did. 54-2, that's a good mile over here. And like I said, just much the best to open up the card. And
even though we said that the passing lane seems to be a little more alive lately, probably not alive enough to track down Wildcat Delayed.
No, yeah, you can't expect that. I mean, that's not an indication of the passing lane. It's just a horse that's just, again, she kind of met her group, and last time she did this, though, so we got to keep on her moving up now. She was really strong the next few starts after she got back in the win column. We'll watch her go right up the class ladder, I think, again. She's a classy mare, and we love seeing her here at the River. It's
a 2-1-3-9, top 4. Back in front of us is number 2, Wildcat Delight. 7-year-old Better's Delight Bay Amaro by Blue Shoe Investments, trained by Ron McDonald. Brett McDonald's the winning driver. It's the 5th win for Wildcat Delight this year, 32nd lifetime. And note that we have the fine folks from Elements Casino out trackside with the winner in race number 1. Elements Casino sponsored our first race. The first race payouts to Wildcat Delight 230, 210, 210. 1 Geminar, 840, 380. 3 Happy Looker, 460. $2 Exactor, 1630. Dollar Try, 31.20. Dollar Super, 187.15. The first race order finish from the top down is at 2-1-3-9-5-7-6-8-4. That's 2-1-3-9-5-7-6-8-4. Second dash up next. 1 minute to post. And fans, just a reminder that our Harness the Hope Night broadcast sponsor is Station Earth, Total Home Technologies. Field for the second on parade one is T.H. Emmett, Anthony Hunt for Matthew Trelford, and Roy Trelford. Number two is Casual Guy, Lauren House for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. Number three is Bank on Lucas, Brent Madonna for Scott McEnany and Mart West Racing and Kentucky Farm. And number four is Blue Heron, Scotty Culver, Clark Bulby, and Coyote Wind Farms. Five is Macedonia, Travis Henry for Dale Fritz and Edward Aitchison. And number six, Tie Game, Sammy Filia for Robert Kyle Fellows and Yolanda Fellows and Blair Corbeil and Mike McAllister and James Ross. Field of six, race number two. Well, let's get Let's get a look at this field for the second dash. And, well, there is Robert's top pick and one. He's hanging his hat on at 5-1. And, well, interesting score down. Blue Heron is one that you had a lot of interest in the qualifier, Robert.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he looks great right now too. And again, these are 2-year-old trotters, right? So this is a first-time starter, and we know that even ones that have experience under their belt might not be able to stay on their gate. But he looks pretty smooth out there right now. The qualifier was fantastic, I thought. Got away 6th off the gate. Actually got backed up by a rival. Jonathan Drury actually stayed behind that rival. There's no money in qualifying, right? So sometimes there's a plan just to kind of hit a certain time. He kind of got backed up. And then when he moved to the outside, he was coming forward under tight lines. You see those consecutive faster quarters. Well, the middle 2 panels were both 29-4, but then at home in 29-1. I love the pre-race appearance right now. And this is a horse that's out of Too Good For You. And it's incredible when you look at all the horses that have come out of that mare. The most recent two, Allegiant, over 600,000 made. The Hazelton, over 366,000 made. And has 10 siblings with 100,000 made, 5 with 250,000 made. I love the Blue Heron here. And at the end of the day, I mean, I don't think we get 5-1 on post time, but if we do, then I might have to do something to adjust that price, because I think that this horse is very well meant, and I'm looking forward to seeing him make his debut.
And talk about price, $100,000 yearling purchase, that kind of jumps off the page as well, and it jumped off to you. It didn't jump off to me, but as I mentioned, you're the 2-year-old expert, and if we go back over the last few years that we've been doing this show and we looked at the 2-year-old stats, you do have it on me, so I'm just talking factually. How about number 5, Macedonia, the one that I assumed would be the favorite?
Yeah, I think Macedonia might still go off as a favorite, but I think it should be marginal in here. And again, has done nothing wrong. I mean, what's he done wrong this year? He's 2 for 5 with 4 on the board finishes. He does have that one miscue at Hanover, but has shown that he likes it here at the River. He was a good second to See Me Zoom in his lifetime debut, and then came right back to be a winner at a short price. So I think that Macedonia is kind of like the one that looks logical on paper. And Blue Heron's one that you're taking a shot on a first-timer. But I do think that qualifier for Blue Heron stacks up nicely against what Macedonia has done. So the experience factor might really play in here, and maybe he gets the better of him tonight. But at the end of the day, I'm going to look for value, and hopefully we get that with the 4 Blue Heron.
Number 3, Bank on Lucas, is one that the fans have been betting down and banking on showing up. That one start at Woodbine made a break, but the last two, a win and a third, solid.
And again, getting down to the prospect series, right, which has obviously been the answer for Bacon Lucas. This is one that went the route of the grassroots in the first 2 of his first 3 career outings, then got a victory at Kawartha Downs by a head in the prospect series, then came right back to be third to Macedonia at Georgian Downs after that over a track that was a second off. I would not read too much into that 2:04 time for either Macedonia or Bacon Lucas, because like we've stated several times, the track was kind of slow over the month of August at Georgian Downs. So Bacon Lucas at 4-1. I like him in the exotics. I couldn't put him ahead of either Blue Heron or Macedonia, but I think he can round out the trifecta or super, maybe the exact if one of those two make a mistake.
Number 6, Tie Game, is one that maybe I tried to get too cute with. July the 23rd was a solid mile in a maiden. Since then, things have gotten progressively worse and now has been off since August the 9th, off of a poor one at the grassroots. But there are flashes there. Also, it's Sammy Filia, Robert Kyle Fellows.
Yeah, no, strong connections for this one. And the qualifier was okay. Again, you're in against tough horses. You got at Kemp and others in there that would probably be 1-9 against this group, and ends up finishing 7th, beating 12 lengths, but was facing tougher in every single one of his career starts before that. So he kind of figures to take a step forward against this group. He should much prefer the company he keeps tonight in this field, but again, I'm pretty fond of another one in here, and pretty strong with my second choice too. So he ends up 4th on the bottom end of the super for me, but if he was to do better than that, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, the money has come for Blue Heron, is now at 5-2, but it still is Macedonia the favorite. So we both went away from the favorite. I took a flyer on Tie Game at 4-1, and your pick is a little more logical. Or maybe a lot more. Blue Heron, the $100,000 yearling purchase, making a first start with Scotty Coulter driving. Field of 6 taking up their positions, and it is T.H. Emmett and Casual Guy on the inside, Bank and Lucas and Blue Heron in the center, and to the outside, Macedonia and Tie Game. Field of 6, race number 2. Second race on this Harness the Hope night at Grand River Raceway. Into the backstretch, gathering speed, approaching the start. And the field for the second race. Is at the start of the rough, Macedonia and Tie Game, Casual Guy. Then it is the Emma, and back further to Bank on Lucas, and then Blue Heron relaxed away, trailing the field. Casual Guy is moving up and is got the lead. Lauren House sitting casual in the bike is Macedonia. Is going to move up on the outside. Macedonia against Casual Guy. And then T.H. Emmett is third. Tie Games racing fourth, and Bank on Lucas and Blue Heron. And they work their way off the turn and head on towards us. And it is Macedonia who dropped down to 4 to 5, who's got the lead. Casual Guy second, 29-4 opening quarter, and racing third is T.H. Emmett as they head on past us, and then fourth is Tie Game. Now there goes Bank on Lucas, and that will give cover to Blue Heron, who is on the move on the outside. But now it drops down to the inside to save some ground on the turn still. They race into the backstretch off 29-4 opening quarter and head on past the half. Macedonia 4 to 5 on the boards, got the lead. Macedonia, Casual Guy. Bank on Lucas is now going to move up, and then it is T.H. Emmett. Tie Game is moving up on the outside on the back of Bank on Lucas, and Blue Heron is still back trailing the field. Macedonia 4 to 5 on the boards, got the lead. Macedonia, the favorite, leads on to 3/4 of a half of 101 and 2. Bank on Lucas and Tie Game has come on now to take over third. Casual Guys racing fourth, and then T.H. Emmett and Blue Heron trailing, and they get by 3/4. 131. Macedonia. Bank on Lucas. Tie Game. Tie Game's getting closer off stride when T.H. Emmett. Casual Guys fourth, and racing fifth is Blue Heron. Bank on Lucas as they turn for home. Trying to call her Macedonia. Macedonia. Bank on Lucas and Tie Game as they come on to the finish. But it is Macedonia. Here comes Bank on Lucas. Macedonia. Bank on Lucas, and Bank on Lucas was able to bank a win. Macedonia, Tie Game, and a Casual Guy, 2 minutes and 1/5. Bank on Lucas had been taking a lot of action in the last few starts, and the action here, 9-2 on the board, a winning action.
Yeah, winning action for Bank on Lucas. I could have been more wrong, Gary. I mean, we'll have to track where he goes next. Like I said, I was very impressed by the qualifier. Love the bloodlines. Blue Hair, never in it. Right off the gate. Looked like his nose was on the gate, and then just kind of taken back off the switch and relaxed and last, and never was really able to come forward at any point. But Bank on Lucas sure was able to come forward. A solid effort for that one. Ends up being first over against Macedonia. I thought Macedonia getting alone in the lead like that, it was going to be race over. I mean, soft panels in the middle fractions, and he's been really good on the engine, but he gets run down by Bank on Lucas. And we talked about a horse that, just kind of now has found, water finds its level, right? And he's done that in the Prospect Series. He's been a different horse, no doubt about it. And it's a nice win for Brett McDonald and Scott McEnany here. A win and a third so far at this level. Now another victory.
Well, and I went 3 deep on the pick 5, and even though it's a field of 6, and took the 6, 5, and 3, so I get rewarded with a 9-2 to keep going. And there is Brett McDonald, and pretty businesslike coming to the finish.
Yeah, no, certainly was. And again, you're getting serious value on this horse, right? Those who backed him. I mean, I pegged for third. I mean, obviously had my eyes set on one here pretty strongly, but Bank on Lucas, one that has progressed nicely, obviously, and again, the addition of trotting hopples too, right? 2 starts ago puts them on. So not only got that softer competition, but also aided by those trotting hopples, which has really obviously helped this one stay flat and keep to business. So 9-2 on that one. Favorite disappoints. Certainly going to help the pick 5s and the pick 4, right? Sometimes when a big favorite wins the first race, the pick 4 is the better value going forward. And when you get a knockout, especially in the first leg here, I wouldn't be surprised to see the pick 4s maybe paying more than the pick 5s when we get to race 5.
Well, I tried to get cute with Tie Game at 7-1, and did move up, but just was further back as Bank and Lucas gave cover to Tie Game.
Yeah, no, tie game's one I think is going to be useful at this level, right? First try at the Prospect Series, and we'll likely see that one be able to do some good things to going forward and against this kind of competition.
It's a 3-5-6-2 top 4. Back in front of us, The winner of race number 2, it's number 3, Bank on Lucas, a 2-year-old The Bank Bay Gelding up by Scott McEnany. And Kentucky Farm and Marked West Racing, Scott McEnany, the trainer. Brett McDonald, the winning drive. Second win for Bank on Lucas, 2 minutes, 1/5. The second race payout, 3 Bank on Lucas, 11.54, 62.55. Macedonia, $3 210. 6 tie game, 270. Double of 2 and 3, 13.60. $2 exactor, $22.60. Rod, 26.85. Dollar super, 154.65. Double of 2 and 3, 13.60. Second race order finish from the top down, 6-4-1-5-2-3. That's 6-4-1-5-2-3. Fans, just a reminder that the silent auction closes at 8 p.m., hosted in the Grandway building. The Harness the Hope silent auction closes at 8 p.m., hosted in the Grandway building. Fans, also note the 50-50 tickets. You can visit the Harness the Hope booth to buy your tickets. Cash only, 3 tickets for $5 and 8 tickets for $10. That's the 50-50 tickets. Visit the Harness the Hope booth to buy your tickets. Cash only, 3 tickets for $5, 8 tickets for $10. And also, once again, fans, a reminder that silent auction does close at 8 p.m. The booth on the Grandway patio. The silent auction still going on till 8 p.m. And there we see Anthony Hahn purchasing the tickets. Great job by Anthony supporting the cause. As we're less than a minute to post time for the third. The third race on Post Parade. No to our sponsor for this evening, the Harness the Hope, a broadcast sponsor, Station Earth, Total Home Technologies. Field for the third is on Post Parade. It's a field of 9. 1 is Comimo, JB Renault for Nelson White and Jim Knapp. Number 2 is Alex Bovino, Jay Harris for Lacey McCabe and Glenview Livestock. 3 is Raw Power, Garrett Rooney for Michelle Sherman and Sean Downey. And 4 is He's Still Watching, Travis Henry for Lyle MacArthur and Linda Wellman and Tammy Aspen. 5 is Long Shot Panic, Jason Ryan for Wayne Smith. And number 6, Outlaw Jesse James, Mark Goddard drives trains for William Brown. 7 is Zippin' and Rippin', Anthony Hunt for Blake McIntosh and Hutt Racing. And 8 is Mr. Commodore, Scott Young for Claire Bradshaw and Brian Jamieson. And 9 is Redland Wrangler, Paul McKenzie for Stephen Charlton and Kathleen Charlton. No, we're less than a minute or two to post time for race number 3. And there is a Redland Wrangler joining us, Paul McKenzie. Better late than never. It's that field of 9. And note the third race is presented by 2H Media. 2H Media sponsoring this third race. And let's get a look at this third race field, starting with Alex, I'm going to say now Bovino, I think, because Glenview Livestock, I think I miscalled this one in the past, but or at least on the Post Parade. But Alex Bovino, Jay Harris, Lacey McCabe, and, I could pick this one out of the program. I'm a pretty sharp dude.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, it's one, Gary, where, Axel, so you think it's Bovino? Is one that at Mohawk Park, I still remember that race. I had to go back and watch a couple replays. May 3rd, was a long way on the lead, bet down to odds-on favoritism after a real strong start in his lifetime debut, and looked like he was cruising along, got a little bit leg weary late, then got bumpy gated, made that break in stride, ended up finishing 4th, then missed obviously significant time, but came back with an absolute killer qualifier here. August 21st was under wraps to Jay Harris, 56-1. We love it when they get that kind of a practice trip over this surface. Well, he got it, and he looked fine doing it. So I couldn't go against him. I singled him everywhere. Of course, I'm dead in both the pick 4 and the pick 5. But I'm not surprised he's 6-5, and he might be odds on come post time.
I thought the 26-4 final quarter, April the 25th, kind of jumped off the page, and mile of 53-1, but not just falling into it, but really working late. Look, did you see Ken Middleton went to Mr. Commodore on top? I used this one on that still alive pick 5. And, look, it's post 8, but Mr. Commodore's the only other one that I could find that made some sense to me.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, he's got big speed off the switch. You may not see it in his last 2, which maybe he's going to benefit from, getting away 7th and 8th and just getting easier trips. Because before that at Mohawk Park, he tried to go down the road, faded back to 7th. And then his last 4 over that surface on the big track, obviously against tougher rivals, and just hasn't been able to really function against them. He's been 7th or worse in each of them, but he was a winner here, June 7th. He gave the favorite players a scare late, though, when he only held on by a neck. And before that, he was a strong winner at Flamborough Downs. So he's one that I think is going to blast off the wings of the gate. And the lineup, to me, should be 2-8-8-2. And it's going to come down to may the best horse win. And I think just from what he's shown, it's going to be Axel Bovino. So I think those are the 2, though. I think they're going to control it throughout and should probably finish 1-2.
And Scott Young, fresh off of 3 wins here on Wednesday evening. And look, zipping and ripping, Anthony Hahn for Blake McIntosh, one that's made the top 3 in 5 out of 9. So there's some logic you could use. I didn't think this one to use onto the pick 5, but and is a a nice healthy 19-1.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's 19-1, to be perfectly honest, because I thought that the paper isn't all that bad. Last time fifth in a race won by Smoking Hot Dude, didn't really get much of a chance in that one. Inside Trip got shoveled back before coming back to that position. He's got some nice a nice second to Sweet Alex, and that third at Georgian Downs numbers of two is not a bad line either. So hits the board with frequency. 18-1, I think one you want to use to spice up the exotics.
Well, and look, one that right now is appropriately named is 5 Long Shot Panic, and a qualifier here.
Yeah, I like the qualifier. I thought it was decent. I don't think he went anywhere near the bottom of the well, finishing second at 59-4. First start for Wayne Smith. A decent spot on the gate. And one, again, when I know I'm using two favorites on top, I've got to get prices somewhere. So that's why I try to slip in some better numbers in the bottom end of the exotics. And this is one I thought could really spice it up. Long Shot Panic, 25-1 right now.
I'll get you to give me a comment on Raw Power. I used this one for third, and at least, well, you see all those Sarnia races. Was good last race, and looked 27-4 third panel.
Yeah, a decent effort last time out third at 19-1 against a whole lot of luck. 1 for 15, I guess that's my kind of knock for the win column, but he does hit the board with frequency. So I thought he'd take support. I didn't want to have too many favorites in the mix. He's 5-1 right now. One that can definitely land somewhere in the Tri or the Super, though.
And it is a field of 9 for race number 3. We see we have a nice crowd here enjoying Harness the Hope Night here at Grand River Raceway. That field of 9 for the third. Horses and Geldings on the pace, moving into position. The third race, pacing Horses and Geldings, nearing the backstretch. And the field for the third is at the start of the rough, and Mr. Commodore from the outside, Alex Bovino on the inside, Long Shot Panic, Raw Power, Zip It and Rip It. Then Redland Wrangler, he's still watching, Call Me Mo, and trailing his outlaw Jesse James, and Mr. Commodore wants to come on and try to clear the lead. Mr. Commodore 3-1 on the board for the heavily favored Alex Bovino, who's 2-5 on the boards, racing second as they work their way off the turn. Raw Power to the inside. Long Shot Panic on the outside at 40-1 is working first over as they race on towards us, and now Long Shot Panic is on the inside. Redline Wrangler, then it is Zippin' and Rippin', and back to He's Still Watching and Call Me Mo, who doesn't have any Mo just yet, and then it is Outlaw Jesse James. 27-1 opening quarter, and it was Mr. Commodore who's got the lead, and in front by about 2.5 lengths right now. Axel Bovino's racing second, and Raw Power is third. They head on down the backstretch of a 56-1 halftime. Mr. Commodore, Alex Bovino is moving up into the pocket. Then it's a gap of 4, and on the outside, Zippin' and Rippin' on the inside is Raw Power. He's still watching, Long Shot Panic, and then it is further back to Redland Wrangler and Call Me Mo. Mr. Commodore still has the lead. Mr. Commodore, Alex Bovino is trying to move on up a little bit closer off 3/4, 125-1. Mr. Commodore and Axel Bovino have separated from the rest of the field. One of these two is going to be your winner, and racing the third right now as they're turning for home. On the outside is Zippin' and Rippin', on the inside Raw Power on down the stretch. Right they come. Mr. Commodore continues on. Mr. Commodore is going to take race number 3. Alex Bovino was second, then Long Shot Panic, and fourth is between Redland Wrangler and Zippin' and Rippin'. 154-1. Mr. Commodore, post position 8, flashes that early speed and flashes all the way to the finish, Robert.
Yeah, just had to get back here to the river, right, against softer competition and those easier trips in the last couple. Probably, really helped this one, right? Because before that, was trying to get in the mix against those tougher rivals at Mohawk Park, and it was getting used up and closely attending hot fractions. Last two just kind of sat off them and came home stronger, right? 26 and change, 2 back, 28-1 last time. I thought it might line up this way, and that Mr. Commodore would be a sitting duck for Axel Bovino, but it didn't play out that way. This one was strong, right to the finish, and gets the job done at a 3-1. Right? We thought it was a 2-horse race. Well, it certainly ended up being a 2-horse race. This came in the opposite way that I expected.
Alex Bovino was not able to make a late move against the winner, Mr. Commodore. I just can't help myself. Sorry about that, buddy. 54-1. It was a strong mile, Mr. Commodore. And props to Ken Middleton taking this one on top. I thought I was smart using too deep in that pick five, but Kenny outsmarted me.
Yeah, no, and you know what? The horse that I kind of liked in the ticket to maybe spice things up, Long Shot Panic gets in for third at a big price, but of course I needed the favorite to win. But yeah, Ken had this one on top, and again, you know what? We were really fond of this one back in early June when he came here off that win at Flamborough. I think sometimes we just kind of look at it as a, what have you done for me lately, and we see those eighths and sevenths and say, okay, well, maybe he just can't get it done against this group tonight. But certainly raced, pretty well this time around, and we knew he'd likely be launched off the gate. He was, and they couldn't catch him.
And that pick five ticket is still alive and looking not too bad. It's an 8257, and Robert, the fourth race with the Sunday shoes, I could still be alive into the fifth.
Yeah, it could be a nice ticket, too. You got a couple of big favorites beat, so keep on rolling, sir.
It's Mr. Commodore back in front of us. Mr. Commodore, driven by Scott Young, a 3-year-old sports writer, Bay Gelding. Claire Bradshaw's the trainer, and also shares an ownership with Brian Jamieson. And out trackside along with Mr. Commodore is our group from 2H Media. 2H Media is the sponsor of this evening's third race on Harness the Hope Night at Grand River Raceway. Third race. Number 8, Mr. Commodore, 830, 350, 382. Alex Bovino, 220, 255. Long Shot Panic, 770. $2 exactor, 2180. Dollar Tribe, 116.50. Dollar Super, 547.15. The third race order finish from the top down is an 826-739-415.
Yes, I was just going to go to the photo really quickly.
And once again, the third race order finish from the top down, 826-739-415. Fourth race is up next, 8 minutes to post time. And first, we're going to take a look at that photo for fourth as we see there zipping and ripping, picking up fourth over Redland Wrangler. And fans, we're going to send things down track side as we're going to give the floor to Tammy and Shar, our MCs, to chat with Christy, founder of Harness the Hope and a breast cancer survivor. Ladies.
Thank you, Gary. Again, it's Tammy and Shar here, but we are back with Christy from Harness the Hope. So thank you for joining us. I have a couple little questions for you tonight, and my first one tonight would be, where did Harness the Hope come from? What is this about?
So Harness the Hope actually started as a family-run fundraiser. My father is a driver trainer and has been in horses probably before I was born. And we started a fundraiser at Western Fair, is our home track in London, the first year that my mom was diagnosed with breast cancer. So between that, she's a 2-time breast cancer survivor. Myself, I am also a breast cancer survivor. So this is very close to home for us. And we have a complete volunteer-run organization. A lot of our committee members are family members, friends, some survivors as well. And we're happy to support Grand River and the horse people. I mean, we wouldn't be able to put on these events without every single horse man and woman who show up with their horses and race for the night. And right. You'll see a lot of them are dressed in pink. We do a best dressed contest as well. So it just is, it's a work of love for us and a little bit of therapy too.
Yeah, no doubt. And tonight, what are you hoping to walk away with tonight? What are you, at the end of the night, when you're, driving down the highway, what is it you want to kind of have accomplished tonight?
First and foremost is always awareness. So we want people to know that breast cancer exists in men and women, and especially we're seeing a lot more young diagnosis. I was 34 the time that I was diagnosed. So we just want people to be aware, to be doing their self-checks, to be paying attention, ask questions at your doctor. Make sure you stay on top of that. And also, for us, we just want this to be a community effort. We go to racetracks all over Canada, Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, Ontario, and we're actually going out west in October. So we just want people to be able to come together and support as a community effort.
Yes.
And we donate to Breast Cancer Canada and Pink Pearl Canada. So a little bit of research and also support programs for women that go through a cancer diagnosis.
And I'm sure every dollar counts, especially right now. So if we invite everybody to go see your booth tonight, what are some of the things and some of the items they could care to purchase tonight?
A whole lot of pink.
Yeah. Great.
Our table is located just over on the patio, and you'll see a bunch of volunteers there. And we have T-shirts, hoodies, some giftware, ball caps. We've got 50-50 tickets tonight as well, and there's also an awesome silent auction inside. So all of that support that you guys give us tonight means the world.
Wonderful, Christy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, Charlene, we've got to invite these people to come and purchase some 50-50 tickets, and what else?
Absolutely. So what's our cutoff times here?
Oh, yeah, we've got to watch the clocks, guys. Got to watch the clocks.
Silent auction is closing at 8 p.m. So, silent auction, if you have not been in, it is in the Grandway Hall. And I don't know if you've been in there, but there's some pretty awesome prizes.
Yes.
There are diamond earrings. There's a pink Yeti.
I want that one. Well, I want everything on the table, but the pink Yeti, how do I not own one already? I'm not sure.
You better go in,
right?
And you better get your name onto the draw, because there's some really awesome, even glassware. There's a great gift basket.
Do not tell them about the glassware. It's just going to be me.
Tammy wants the
wine
glassware
glasses are mine.
So
just one of everything tonight.
So if you see Tammy, just go over top of it and she'll bid again. It's good.
All right. Well, I think we're back to Gary right now. So thank you so much, Christy. And get your 50-50 tickets, guys. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
And we are currently 3 minutes to post time to race number 4. Note you can get your picture taken. And we have a photo and video experience creator. So make sure you get those pictures taken and keep your photo and share it on social media. And, you can get silly in your pictures. Located in the Grand Way building. Also, again, a reminder that that silent auction closes at 8 p.m. So you only have, let's see, I got to do some math on the fly. 22 minutes to post time. If it was Robert, he could do the math on the fly, but he's the smarter one of the two. But 22 minutes to post time for the closing time of that silent auction. Also, fans, just a reminder that EloraFergustoday.com is here, and they're taking photos and covering the evening's festivities. They'll be around the Tarmac and Grand Way patio. That is EloraFergustoday.com. Field 4, race number 4, heading out for the post parade. And note that our broadcast sponsor for the evening, the Harness the Hope Night, Station Earth, Total Home Technologies. On post parade for race number 4, the Prospect Series, 2-year-old colts and geldings. One is Ramiro Anthony Hahn from Egg Crone and Seawind Stable. Number 2 is Gin Master, Austin Shorey for Marcel Barrio and Courtney Gallant and Nicole McPherson. Number 3 is A Fine Bordeaux, Dave Frankie Boughton for Scott McEnany and Aristi Versakis and Mart West Racing. Number 4, Sunday Shoes, Scott Youngford, David Fry, Stuart and Patricia Bolander. And 5 is Charbro Cash, Tom Smith for Jane Walker and John Ryer and Randy Ryer. It's a field of 5, race number 4.
Yep, no sponsor.
We're getting close to post time for the 4th race, and time to bring in our handicapping expert. And number 4, Sunday Shoes. So the question, expert, is, does he have his Friday shoes on?
I think that he certainly does. I mean, at the end of the day, Gary, I mean, this is one that's been racing pretty well. Probably too good to not have a victory on the card yet, right? Still the maiden through 5 tries, but 4 on the board finishes, and only missed by half a length or less in 3 of those in those runner-up finishes. And a good form reference right there on the page 2 starts ago. Second beaten ahead to Bank on Lucas. We saw that one win tonight already in Macedonia. Last time, Sunday Shoes actually split Macedonia and Bank on Lucas. So looks like also the speed of the race as well. I think we're going to see this one likely go no higher than the 1-2 offering right now. Just stands out on paper and the clear one to beat.
Well, and look, the key when you've got one that's 1-2 is you've got to get that exactor down, and you helped us out in race number 1 with Wildcat Delight on a short price with giving us a long one in Geminar. Now, you don't get a long one here, but Gin Master is your second choice, is the second choice right now.
Yeah, I think this one is going to, take money, and I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe this one go up at 5-2 come post time, or a number like that. Clear second choice, I think, in the betting, and clear second choice for me in the race. This is one that's a half sibling to both Northern Looker and Northern Charlotte, a couple of horses that have done well in the Ontario program, and this one now debuts at the prospect level, the lower tier of it, $20,000 yearling purchase. I thought in the qualifier it was decent enough. It was 203-2, but a slow opening quarter. And it was kind of like, looking for room and kind of like weaving through traffic for a bit in the stretch before settling on 5th. I thought it was a decent performance for Gin Master in that qualifier. And for me, the clear choice underneath.
Well, and the one that I went for underneath was number 1, Ramiro, but I was just looking for some value play to go with what I think is going to be the heavy chalk. Number 3, a fine Bordeaux. Well, who doesn't love a fine Bordeaux?
I mean, maybe I don't, but it's okay.
What's wrong with you? You don't like a glass of wine?
Not really. No, Megan loves her wine. Not me though. I'm more of a beer guy, or maybe a mixed drink here and there. But anyways, a fine Bordeaux though. This is a horse that, he can certainly make some noise in here if he can mind his manners. Right, that's kind of the key for him. We see a lot of X in the dance card, but the addition of trotting hobbles, we've seen that obviously work wonders for many that have those miscues. We saw it actually with Bank on Lucas, so that might be something that's really going to help his chances. Was scratched out of a race due to sickness just a few days ago at Mohawk Park, and now will wear those trotting hobbles for the first time. So that might lift this one to a better performance. And you know what? 5-1 on the board right now is probably a better price than I expected on a fine Bordeaux. And with your man too, Dave Frankie Boughton aboard.
Yeah, and I should reiterate, a fine Bordeaux. Yeah, Vat6 scratched out of the August 27th, so there is no missing line, but comes back just a few days later. So obviously, Dave Frankie Boughton on a fine Bordeaux. Scott McEnany, he's certainly a long-time successful trainer. Number 5, Charbro Cash. 13-1 is the longest shot on the board.
Yeah, longest shot on the board. No on the board finishes this year in his career, right? This is a first year of racing. He's got some small pieces. Hasn't really shown a lot, but this is now an opportunity for him maybe to show a little more, right? It's a softer spot back in the Prospect Series. He was 4th in a previous try at this level. And maybe can just kind of, get on the bottom end of the exotics here. I think, if you stay flat in this race, you'll likely maybe make the super, because I think we might see, a horse or two maybe make a miscue. And that's why I don't mind your use of the 1 Ramiro. Only 1 start under his belt. He minded his manners. I thought it was an okay effort. I didn't use him in my top 4, but I kind of get it there. I mean, he seemed more sure-footed than maybe some of these other ones in this dash. So, again, for me, it's Sunday Shoes and Gin Master, and then maybe kind of spin the wheel after that. But a fine Bordeaux is the one that has that reason to step forward with the addition of trotting hopples.
Yeah, and also my thoughts with Ramiro is sometimes just, with a Meg-Crone horse, they'll come out with one start and, it'll be okay. Then second start out, they can be a lot better, and you do get that inside. And, look, Meg sends a lot of horses that do very well, so I just thought I'd take a flyer at a price.
Absolutely. And 2-year-olds in general can improve vastly from 1 week to the next, right? We see it all the time. So, again, I wouldn't be surprised to see that one still with a better effort.
It's a field of 5 for the 4th race and Harness the Hope Night here at Grand River Raceway. And taking up their positions, it'll be Ramiro, Gin Master on the inside, a fine Bordeaux, and to the outside, Sunday Shoes and Chambro Cash. Field of 5, 4th dash on a fabulous Friday night as we are gathered at the river. Field of 5 for the 4th dash. The Prospect Series, 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. They're at the start and they're off, and Sunday's Shoes has got the good shoes on and is driving out. And then a fine Bordeaux. Ramiro on the inside is going to press through on the inside. And Ramiro is driving against Sunday's Shoes. And then a fine Bordeaux is racing third. Gin Master is fourth. And Chambro Cash is racing fifth as they work their way on around the turn. But right now, Sunday's Shoes now wants to put those shoes on to the lead. And Scott Young now has taken over. Ramiro is going to race along in the pocket. A fine Bordeaux is sipping along in third and is now going to come to the outside. Well, actually fooled me and stayed along to the inside. And then racing fourth is Gin Master. And then it is Chambro Cash. And now a fine Bordeaux has popped out and has popped the cork and now is moving. And it is Sunday Shoes who's got a lead of a length and a half over Ramiro. Then a fine Bordeaux on the outside now is sipped up to about 2 1/4 off the lead. Gin Master and Chambro Cash off of 59 2 halftime. They head on towards 3/4. Sunday Shoes, a fine Bordeaux, Ramiro, Gin Master, and Chambro Cash. Sunday Shoes and Scott Young still sitting rather still in the bike, even though a fine Bordeaux. And Dave Frankie Boughton on the outside has come on to call. And it is Sunday Shoes on the inside, 3 to 5 on the board. A fine Bordeaux, Gin Master to the outside. Ramiro is racing on the pylons, and a fine Bordeaux is sticking a nose in front, 3/4, 129 2 on the inside. Sunday Shoes, and now getting busy is Scott Young trying to fend off a fine Bordeaux with Sunday Shoes, and it is a fine Bordeaux. On down the stretch route they come. A fine Bordeaux now has uncorked a winning effort. A fine Bordeaux has got this one sewn up. Sunday Shoes and Gin Master and Ramiro, 158 4. A fine Bordeaux. Robert, you said you're more of a beer fella. How about a little bit of fine Bordeaux?
Yeah, no doubt. Much the best in here too, right? Was trying to go forward off the gates, and ended up having to kind of take back. But a slick steer from Dave Boughton, no doubt about it. And we talked about it, Gary. Scratched out of a race just a few days ago due to sickness, and now tonight is the first night with trotting hopples. And boy, oh boy, did they make the world of difference for this one, because it had a real tough time staying flat, was never really smooth in any of his previous efforts, tried the grassroots, faced off against tough horses, Night Phantom, Wondrous Blue Chip, and non-winners of one at Mohawk Park this time around. Obviously stays right on his gate with those trotting hopples and goes right on past for an easy victory in 58 4. So much the best, and a horse is going to be able to flourish really at this level after facing tougher in every start of his life.
Well, and look, Sunday Shoes, nothing wrong with the effort, but just a fine Bordeaux was a little tastier there.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, it was just much the best. I mean, it came first over, and you could see Scott Young was kind of sitting chilly for a bit, but then a fine Bordeaux did not start to backpedal on the turn. At that point, I said, okay, this is going to be a nice victory for this Colts and these Green Man Leashes. We've seen such great things from them. Here's another one finding the winner's circle, and in fine fashion too.
Well, the good thing about you not being alive into the pick four here is now I wouldn't have to listen to you whining about not having a fine Bordeaux.
Yeah, there you go. Listen, you're the king of the puns.
It's
king.
You got to be king of one thing. 3, 4, 2, 1. Back in front of us, the winner of race number 4. It's number 3. A fine Bordeaux and a fine steer by Dave Frankie Boughton. A 2-year-old Green Martini Bay colt, owned by Scott McEnany and Aristi Versakis in Mart West Racing. Scott McEnany, the trainer. Dave Frankie Boughton, the winning drive. First win for a fine Bordeaux. 158-4. How about a fine smile? Well, Dave Frankie Boughton doesn't look happy. What's wrong? The fourth race, payout 3, a fine Bordeaux, 750 to 82.50. 4 Sunday shoes, 210, 210, and 2 Gin Master, 240. $2 exactor, $12.40. Dollar try, $11.20. The fourth race order of finish from the top down is at 43125. That's 43125. And, well, fans, we're going to send things down trackside as we have our Harness the Hope MCs down trackside with a very key person from Grand River Ag Society. Who's down there with you, ladies?
$12,500. So that is amazing, Deborah. Thank you very, very much.
Welcome. This is important to us.
It is. Yep. We're going to get you to speak into that. But you know what? We just have a little question for you here. So could you share a little about what GRASS is?
Okay. It stands for Grand River Agricultural Society.
Yep.
And so we are an agricultural society with a very big difference. We've got a heart for agriculture. We support it as much as we can through research dollars and all sorts of educational opportunities. And better still, we put on events like this to be a major part of the communities that we operate in.
Well, that is absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for being part of the evening. It means so much to so many people. I just want to know, events like this, you say they're important to you, but I understand. So the funds tonight that you guys are putting towards, so just tell me a little bit more about those dollars and where they might have come from.
Okay, they come from our financial statements. I mean, we have money because we run the raceway, we host the casino, we do events, we have the Grandway. So we use our dollars in every way possible to support agriculture and the community.
We thank you very much, Deborah, so much for that. And Charlene has a few notes she wants to share with the crowd. So stay here with us. Don't go anywhere. There you go.
All righty, ladies and gentlemen, after race number 5, so that was race 4, race 5 is next. After race number 5, that is the Harness the Hope, and it is sponsored by Skyline Group of Companies. After that race, we are inviting all of those going through cancer, those who are supporting someone through cancer, and or any cancer survivors are all invited up here to the winner's circle, and we're going to get a photo taken for the Harness of Hope race. So
Wonderful.
please make sure you pop up here.
Yeah.
As well as we have still 50-50 tickets available at Harness the Hope booth right in front of the Grandway Hall, and that is available till 8:30.
You got 30 minutes left, and that's it.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank
you
you
so much, guys.
Fans, once again, note Harness the Hope night here at Grand River Raceway. Thanks to our broadcast sponsor, Station Earth, Total Home Technologies. Field 4, race number 5 on parade. 1 is World Revival. Anthony Hunt from Egg Crone and Hut Racing. Number 2 is Deuce Hanover, Jay Harris for Sean Stacy and Dave McDonald and A.K. Malik Stable and B.C. Reichelt Stable and Stephen Downey. Number 3, Watch Your Mouth, Scott Kohler for Harry Polton and Co Capital. For BJ's Choice, Mark Goddard drives and trains for William Brown. 5 is Mac Wow, Austin Surrey for Blake McIntosh and Hut Racing. Number 6, Brightside Maseo, Todd Ratchford for Julie Walker and Darlene Carr. Number 7, Smokin' Hot Dude, J.B. Renault for Julie Walker and Dr. Terry Fried. 8 is Vogue Blue Chip, Jason Ride for Rod Boyd and Rick McNeil and John Osinga. Number 9 is Magical Ian, Travis Henry for Sean Stacy and David Lumsden. Field of 9 for race number 5. Race 5 is the Harness the Hope race, sponsored by Skyline Group of Companies. And after this race, all those who are going through cancer, those who are supporting someone through cancer and or cancer survivors, are invited to come to the winner's circle to be in the 5th race winner's photo. We're celebrating you this evening. Harness the Hope night here at Grand River Raceway. But first up, let's get a look at who you, Robert Reed, like in here. And you know what? When I saw this field, Robert, I knew you're going to be loyal to Smokin' Hot Dude. I've chided you in the past for sometimes a lack of loyalty, but you're loyal here.
Yeah, I couldn't go against him. He's been too good to me, Gary. Back-to-back wins, both times, healthy returns too. 9-2, 2 back, and then stepped up to the higher version of numbers 1 last time, 8-1. Now he makes that move to the middle class, right between numbers 1 and numbers 2. But he's raced so well that I can't go against him. I mean, he's been off the pace in each of the last 2, and both times, honestly, it's kind of just looked at every point like he was going to get there because he's been loaded with pace, and when he gets asked the question, he comes forward with authority. So more than happy to stick with him, hoping the price stays where it's at. Another tricky post, but at the end of the day, he's one that likes to kind of close, and there might be some fractions around it here with some speed to the inside of the gate.
Well, you cashed with them both 4-1 and 8-1, your top choice. So, you know, you owe loyalty to Smokin' Hot Dude. I didn't go that way. I went to Deuce Hanover, and Deuce Hanover, Jay Harris for Sean Stacy, is the one that is getting a lot of love. Those recent lines, they don't look great. One of them's grassroots here. The other ones are at Mohawk. But you watch all the races. Your thoughts on Deuce Hanover?
Well, I think he's in with a big chance. I mean, obviously that in-between class of non-winners of 1 to non-winners of 2 they have at Mohawk Park is tougher than the version we have here. You're getting away from some pretty tricky horses that he faced last time. Before that, in the grassroots event here, Centric Commodore was the winner. Chalk Hanover was second. We'd likely go to any one of those against this group. I guess the thing for me is that lately he hasn't really been close, facing tougher. We've seen horses tonight fare very well, getting to softer competition, so maybe we see him do the same. But I think he's also maybe a vulnerable favorite, and right now he's 2-1. If he wins, will I be surprised? Absolutely not. I think his best is more than enough to handle this group, especially when we look at those efforts at the bottom of the page, right? The third to Wallace Hartley and the victory over McPleasant. I just wanted to try one that's kind of a horse for the course and doing very well here as of late on top at a price, and that's why I went that direction. Deuce Hanover 9-5. Nothing wrong with that. Just one that I'm going to try to beat.
Number 1, World Revival, was heavily favored at Georgian Downs in a non-winners at 2 last race. Well, that went south with an early break in stride. Inside post here, But World Revival, if he can stay flat here, he could come back and be a factor on the inside.
Well, I think he can. I like this horse quite a bit, and that victory in Sarnia was obviously a dominant one in the Prospect Series, 55-1. And then I thought we'd see good things from at Grand River the next start, but he didn't get really a trip that was all that favorable for him, and then got used hard in this Class 2 back first over before fading back to fourth. So I think pole position, he's got it coming off a miscue. So obviously a flat line's a top priority, but I do think can be in the mix throughout and get a big piece of it. Like I said, I'm fond of the horse. 5 top 2 finishes, 9 tries. He's one you can't leave off your high 5.
Well, and the one that I did use on those pick 5 tickets, Deuce Hanover and Brightside Maceo, your second choice, that ill-fated pick 5 after a fine Bordeaux got by the one that we both thought was very much the best in their Sunday shoes. So I'm going to whine about that a little bit, but look at Brightside Maceo. I almost took him on top.
Yeah, he's one that we've been tracking and liking. Right, 4 on the board finishes in 6 tries, and he was 2 for 3 last year as well. So he's one that's got lots of ability, and he's already got to start at this level where he was third placed up to second against Timely Bet. It's a pretty strong form reference. I just think out of the 2 from the Julie Walker barn, I prefer Smoking Hot Dude. And I mean, the price is better too, 6-1 versus 2-1. You pick up Todd Ratchford, though. He's had lots of success here at the River. I think in with a big chance. But again, I'll stick with the stablemate, Smoking Hot Dude on top.
And a quick thought on Magical Ian. Trailer Post last time out didn't work, but was really good in a good group here July the 12th.
Yeah, and you get Lasix tonight too, so that can help. The break last time makes it a little bit harder to put on top, but I think you've got to have this one your high 5. Might be able to work out a decent trip following the legs to World Revival, and if stays flat this time around from that same spot that he had last time, then he can add some value to the bottom end of the high 5 ticket.
Well, your loyalty could be rewarded here again. Smoking Hot Dude at 6-1. I'm on Deuce Hanover, the favorite. It's a field of 9, race number 5, the 5th dash, and Harness the Hope Night here at Grand River Raceway, and they're nearing the start. And the field for race number 5 is at the start, and they're off, and watch your mouth. BJ's Choice breaks just a bobble. It didn't break, but lost some ground. Deuce Hanover is going to press through on the inside against Mac Wow on the outside. Deuce Hanover and Jay Harris wants the front. Mac Wow is still working on the outside. Watch Your Mouth is racing third. Brightside Maceo fourth, and then Vogue Blue Chip. Back to Magical Ian. World Revival. BJ's Choice. Smoking Hot Dude relaxed away, trailing the field as they race off the turn. Deuce Hanover's got the lead. Mac Wow second. Watch Your Mouth is racing third. And then it is Brightside Maceo. And then Vogue Blue Chip follows a move on the outside, and also moving out now, Smoking Hot Dude has already moving up on the outside as they work their way. That's World Revival. Then it is back further to BJ's Choice and Smoking Hot Dude trailing the field. A big closer last week. We'll see if Smoking Hot Dude has it again. 56 halftime, 26-3 was a lively opening quarter. 29 and 2 second medal breather. Deuce Hanover 3-5 on the board. Has the lead. Mac Wow at 40-1. Brightside Maceo is coming on the outside a bit now. Watch Your Mouth is racing fourth. World Revival is making a huge move on the outside as they race their way on towards us and is racing fifth. But right now Deuce Hanover is starting to get away a bit. Magical Ian, and then it is back further as they work on around the turn, and that is Vogue Blue Chip, and Smoking Hot Dude is still eighth with a lot of work to do. And BJ's Choice, Deuce Hanover as they turn for home. Brightside Maceo closing on Deuce Hanover. Deuce Hanover, Brightside Maceo, they come on down the stretch drive. Brightside Maceo, Deuce Hanover on the inside. Deuce Hanover wins it. Brightside Maceo second. Watch Your Mouth third. And World Revival was fourth. 153 flat. Deuce Hanover racing 153 flat, and Deuce Hanover was heavily bet 3-5 on the board, but managed to get the job done, Robert.
Yeah, gets the job done, and obviously, one of the front. We expected this one to go to the lead tonight, getting it against softer competition, and a big opening quarter. That second quarter breather certainly helps things, though. It's still 56 flat, but it's obviously a breather in his favor. And at that point, it's kind of raced over. You would think Brightside Maseo all of a sudden kind of caught fire, came home really nicely. I thought might get to this leader, but it wasn't meant to be. Deuce Hanover just had enough to fend that one off to the wire, and the favorite gets home at 3-5 in the finale of the pick 5, pick 4, and the pick 3.
Robert, I told you I toyed with the idea of putting Brightside Maseo on top of Deuce Hanover, my top choice, and there you're looking at why I toyed with that idea.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, he raced very well, Brightside Maseo. I mean, I liked the other stablemate in here, but he had no chance off the gate because I thought he might get away, maybe 6th or so off the switch, but he ends up not getting a spot on the pylons and going back to last. And at that point, his night was over. I mean, we've seen him do good things from off the pace, but that was just too far out of it. So I think that again, we'll come back to Smoking Hot Dude another time out, maybe from a better draw against a softer group. But Deuce Hanover proved to be the best in here tonight as the favorite.
Yeah, and Watch Your Mouth adds a little value at 20-1 in World Revival. We both used this one on the ticket.
Yeah, World Revival I thought was okay to be 4th, but Watch Your Mouth, I mean, that's one that's kind of been up and down for me. Ends up sitting a decent trip and landing in the middle of the high 5. Should help the payout. Still favored on top, but you get a couple of 20-1 shots in the mix.
Well, Smoking Hot Dude wasn't smoking hot, but Deuce Hanover was with Brightside Maseo. It's a 2-6-3-1-8 chop 5, and back in front of us is Deuce Hanover. Deuce Hanover's a 3-year-old better as Delight Bay Colts, owned by Dave McDonald, A.K. Malik Stable, and B.C. Reichelt Stable, and Stephen Downey. Sean Stacy, the trainer. Jay Harris is the winning driver. And note the 5th race, sponsored by the Skyline Group of Companies, as the 5th race is the Harness the Hope Race. Note that Skyline Group of Companies and all of the cancer survivors and people along with the Harness the Hope this evening in the winner's circle. We have cancer survivors, those going through cancer, and those supporting as someone as well with cancer, and a special photo and truly why we are here this evening for Harness the Hope. The 5th race payouts to Deuce Hanover, 320, 240, 226. Brightside Maseo, 360, 333. Watch Your Mouth, $5.50, $2 exactor, $10.80. Dollars right, $82.55. Dollar pick 3, $37.85. Note the dollar pick 4, $213.15. Dollar pick 5, $319.10. Dollar high 5, $550.85. The fifth race, or we finish from the top. 413-892-657. That is 413-892-657. On the bottom, sixth race is up in 8 minutes. But before we get to that, first up, we're going to send things back down trackside. And from Studio Boutique, Tammy and Shar have a special guest with them. Ladies.
All right, we are back, and we are here with Mandy Swigger. And Mandy, you are with Skyline. You are actually the vice president of, what did they say, of human resources, and you're also a member of the executive leadership team and a cancer survivor yourself.
Yes, I am.
All righty. Why is Harness the Hope so important to Skyline?
Harness the Hope holds a special place in Skyline's heart. Breast cancer is a reality that has touched the lives of many of our team members through friends, family, or their own personal journey, as well as everyone here today that is here in support of somebody else. We are incredibly proud to stand alongside you in the fight for breast cancer by helping to raise awareness, support crucial research, and advocate for early detection. We are all contributing to a cause that is both vital and very, very personal.
Wonderful. And if there's a message that you'd like everyone to walk away with tonight, what would that message be?
Tonight, let's celebrate and honor the remarkable strength, resilience, and enduring spirit of all of those who have faced or continue to face their battle against breast cancer. So trust in your resilience and know that you're not alone in this fight.
Wonderful. Charlene has a few words for us right now, I believe. Yeah.
All righty, ladies and gentlemen, we have 50-50 tickets available for 5 more minutes over in the Grandway at Harness the Hope. Also, while you're over there, get some swag, maybe take home a little goodie. Visit the booth over at the patio and pick up something pink. Check out the, nope, silent auction is closed.
Yes.
I'm just going to pass that over. And all the proceeds go directly to Harness the Hope tonight. So pop over and visit, and you got about 5 minutes to get your 50-50 tickets.
Thanks
Thank you.
so much, everybody.
Five races in the books on Harness the Hope night here at Grand River Raceway on a fabulous Friday to boot. And, well, we've made it to race 6. And in race 6, it is a start of that late pick 5. The early pick 5 just concluded along with the pick 4 and the pick 3. All the payouts are pretty solid, all things considered. And now we're going to go forward with another multi-leg wager here, low takeout 15%. And there's my ticket on the screen. Didn't have any luck in the early one. We'll hopefully cash a ticket here to go into the weekend in the late one, 1, 3, and 4 here in the opening leg. I think that's the horses that are going to be the main players in this dash. I give the edge to the 3 Silver Manalishi, but I do think this is a pretty competitive looking group overall. And race number 7, we're going to be all in on the 5. It's Not My Vault. This is one that is 3 for 3 to kick off her career, one that we've been fond of. Now, she hasn't raced in nearly a month, but I'm confident she'll be good to go. Short field. We'll have to contend with Sweet Swirl. That's probably the 2 in there that are it's gonna be decided between. But It's Not My Vault on top for me. Race number 8, the 2, 4, 5, and 7. Very good looking filly and mares middle condition class with some of the top condition types in there as well. Competitive dash. I think Watch Her Do It will take support on the inside, but I do think there's several that can win in that race. Race 9, the 1, 5, and 9 for yours truly. And I do like the 9, Don't Play With Fire. Thought that he raced really well last time in his second try over the river here, and was a winner at Hanover before that and escaped late in that one for the victory. So like that one's chances a lot, but also using the 5 Red Menace and the 1 Bozac. And then the finale, the 1 Watching Sunset and the 5 Chesterman. I think those are the 2 that can likely decide it in there. Both have been facing tougher and should love the softer competition here tonight at the river. $14.40 is the cost of my late pick 5 ticket starting right here in race number 6. And that's for a 20-cent wager. We'll see what Conley's got in store for us here in his late pick 5 ticket. And then we see the first 3 races there. He's got 1, 3, 4, and first 4 races there. 1, 3, 4, and 6 here to kick it off. And then he's singled up on the 5 in race 7. It's not my vault. That's where I'm going as well. And then race number 8, just the 2 and 8. So watch her do it. And Duchesne, I think Duchesne just got a tough draw tonight. I don't know if she can do it from out there. And then 1, 5, and 9 in race 9. So we're in agreement there. And then in the finale, I'll see if I can pull up his ticket online here to see what he likes in that one.
Listen, while you're trying to pull up the ticket, can I throw in a comment here?
Yeah.
I love Dreamy Fella in the 11th race, but of course we're doing just the pick 5, so I think I was getting ahead of my skis. But I just thought I'd throw that in while we're waiting for Conley's ticket. And there's Conley's
Well, that's good.
ticket.
I mean, I want to know horses that you love. I want to know the ones that you love tonight. So that's good for that one. And then that money leg, race 10, Conley, it looks like he's got the 3 and 5. Just pulled it up online there, the 3 and 5 in race 10. So he's going too deep to finish it off. There it is there on the screen now, $9.60. And he finished it off with Southwind Infusion and Chesterman. So too deep in that finale, $9.60, the cost of Conley's ticket. You got a few minutes to map out your winning wagers for the late pick 5 starting right here in race 6. Low takeout 15%. Gary and I will come back to a closer look at race number 6 after the post break.
Fans, once again, note the Harness the Hope Night broadcast sponsor is Station Earth, Total Home Technologies. Field for the 6th on parade. 1 is Miss Kersey, Brett Madonna for Rodney Hughes and Howard Taylor. 2 is scratched. 3 is Silver Manalishi, Bruce Richardson for René Dion and Silver Staples. Number 4 is Talbot Ibiza. Did Sammy Filia for Robert Kyle Fellows and Yolanda Fellows and Blair Corbeil and Windermere Stable. Number 5 is Belvedere Kathy Dag Henderson for Dr. Mike Veneri. And number 6, Jam Celebrity, Daryl Thiessen for Steve Watson. Field of 5, race number 6. Let's get a look at this field, and Silver Manalishi is on the board at 9-5, and you get to see this one facing some tougher company, and maybe that fact that this one was put into a gold July the 11th might be a clue, but certainly you did like this one enough to be the favorite, and the fans are with you, Robert.
Yeah, I put this one on top, Gary. I do think it's a competitive-looking race, but I just think that Silver Manalishi again facing Gold Company, Grassroots Company. Now you get down to the Prospect Series for the first time. I think I had this one on top in the Horse Players Journal and Lifetime debut July the 2nd, and just thought that this one could maybe pan out to do some better things. So I do like her chances in here. 2-1, I think, is a fair price. And again, though I do think this is kind of a competitive race, top to bottom. Again, at least with the top three in the betting, right? The 1, 3, and 4.
Well, and look, I looked at Silver Manalishi, and that was my second choice, but I did go to Talbot Abisa. Correction, Talbot Abisa is my top choice, Silver Manalishi my second one. But Talbot Abisa, the lines, that last race was better, but my reasoning is kind of simplistic. Sylvain Filia, Robert Kyle Fellows in a wide open dash. I just wanted to go with the connections.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And you know what? I think it's actually Talbot ABC. It's just very kind of creative the way they put it.
Thanks, buddy.
A, and then B, and then C. I'm just listening. I always have your back, right? Try to help you out with those ones. But Talbot ABC is one that I thought raced okay last time to be third. But has that start over this surface, right? And we kind of always talk about the experience over the surface can really pay dividends, and I think that might be the case tonight. And I guess really, if you look at a race where I think the 1, 3, and 4 are kind of the ones that are set to decide it, the bigger price of those right now is with this filly at 3-1.
Talbot ABC. Man, you are really helpful, bud. How about number 1? Ms. Kersey, Brent McDonald for Rodney Hughes. This is one that last race at Mohawk, well, the last couple, they kind of steer you off of it. But July the 16th was pretty fine in that grassroots 27-4 final quarter. I didn't know what to do with the one.
Yeah, no, it was definitely at least a little bit desired last time out. But I guess for me, the start that I kind of just was hung up on was that third place finish to Foxy Amy and Royal Sauce in the grassroots. And just thinking if that effort can be replicated, then obviously she'll be right in the mix, if not in the winner's circle against these. So you get, obviously that pole position to work from, which I don't really like for young trotters. But if she gets away cleanly from that spot, she should be in the mix throughout, and I wouldn't be surprised to see her put her nose on the wire first. Looks pretty nice, too, in the track. Very good-looking filly there by Muscle Mass.
Got some size to that one as well. Look, number 5, Belvedere Kathy. Dag Henriksen driving and training this one. A first-time starter, but at least you got to look at that qualifier at Mohawk last time out.
Yeah, this is one that I was kind of puzzled by a little bit in this dash, right? Because you look and you say, okay, well, there's some positives to kind of go on here. You've got obviously first start for Dagfin, who I think is very, very fine with trotters. And the qualifier, though, when I watched it, I mean, it looks like it's on paper, right? You kind of chop out the middle panels, then you fade out of it late. And the 2:04 in one time is obviously not all that flashy, but there's been money for this one throughout the betting cycle, and that might be a good sign. I mean, before that, the lines at Trois Rivières are decent, and again, I think you backing this one just on the basis that Dagfin, can have this one move in the right direction in the first start of her career, because she'll have to step forward off that qualifier in order to be competitive with this group.
And by the way, I mentioned Sammy Filia, Robert Kyle Fellows, strong connections. Well, Bruce has been doing a nice job with trotters, and Rene Dion's barn. Rene has got a nice win percentage, so I didn't want to slight Bruce and Rene's strong connections there. We might as well get to the other one in this field, number 6, Jam Celebrity. Daryl Thiessen for Steve Watson. One that qualified well here August the 7th, but then that race at Sarnia, what did you think about that start?
I thought it was just okay. But again, the winner in there, I would certainly, rank probably at the top of this group, Sweet Swirl. So, I mean, it's a good form reference in that regard. Again, we'll see, if they all stay flat. If they do, JM Celebrity's probably going to be vying for the bottom end of the exotics, maybe at best the bottom end of the try. But I think that, again, 8-1 on the board right now, you can use in the exotics, but I would want more than that if I was betting her to win.
I'm surprised the trouble you're having saying Sweet Swirl, because you've ordered a bunch of Sweet Swirls in your lifetime. You should be having that down pat.
Look at this, eh? I help you out with the name of a horse, and you come right at me.
Oh, yeah, why not? Chirp you. But I got it, Talbot ABC. Thanks for that, buddy. It's a field of 5, race number 6. They're turning into the backstretch, approaching the start. Field for the 6th race prospect, 2-year-old trotting fillies. Field of 5 for the 6th race on Harness the Hope Night here at Grand River Raceway. There with the start on the rough, and Belvedere Kathy is going to leave well with Talbot ABC, and Silver Manalishi on the inside now is going to take second as Talbot ABC gets position C right now, but wants to drive on and at least try to capture position B and is pointed towards position A. Belvedere Kathy at 11-1. Talbot ABC now has come on to grab the front. Talbot ABC with the A spot, and then it is Belvedere Kathy. It's Silver Manalishi is racing third. Then Miss Kersey and Jam Celebrity is trailing the field. 28-4 opening quarter. Talbot ABC and Sammy Filya relaxed in the bike and sitting comfortable. Then Belvedere Kathy is plugged into the pocket for Dag Henriksen. Silver Manalishi is racing third. Ms. Kersey is fourth, and Jam Celebrity is racing fifth. And they work their way on up towards the half. Talbot ABC still has position A. And then Belvedere Kathy. Silver Manalishi is going to angle to the outside now and is working first over. Then Miss Kersey, Jam Celebrity of a half of 1 minute and 1/5, and a good breather of 31-2 in that second panel as they work their way on towards three quarters. Talbot ABC on the outside, Silver Manalishi. Belvedere Kathy on the inside is racing third. Then it is Ms. Kersey and Jam Celebrity. Talbot ABC leads right now by about a length and 3/4. Silver Manalishi trying to grind on the outside against Talbot ABC. Belvedere Kathy is racing third. Jam Celebrity fourth, and Ms. Kersey is fifth as the field turns from off 3/4, 1:30-3. Talbot ABC still has the lead. Might have to deal with Belvedere Kathy, who's been getting the trip. Talbot ABC, Belvedere Kathy, and Silver Manalishi. Talbot ABC is a fine trotter in race number 6 and wins it. Belvedere Kathy second, Silver Manalishi third, and Jam Celebrity fourth. 2-1-1. Talbot ABC. Robert, thanks for the pronunciation help, but I didn't need help with the handicapping, though.
No, you didn't. I mean, listen, humble brag from Gary Guy. I love it. Listen, I love it when you pick winners. You know that. You've been on one heck of a run lately. I guess I had the start of last week, and now you've taken over from then until now. And Talbot ABC, I mean, we talked about having that start last time over this surface, and in a decent third place finish, kind of having that in her back pocket. And now tonight keeps on driving for the lead. Belvedere Kathy, by the way, kind of what I thought might happen, right? A much bigger effort from that one from the qualifier. First start for Dagfin. Well, first start of her career, first time though that he's got that one in a pari-mutuel race. And listen, Talbot ABC. I mean, the name helped you with that emphatic ending, right? You don't have that emphatic ending if you don't know that's what the horse's name is.
Yeah, if I'm left to my own devices, I'm in trouble. So I'm lucky I got a friend. I better be a little nicer to you. That might end.
No, that's okay. I mean, listen, I love it. But you know what? In this pick 5 sequence, I thought that was kind of a race where there was 3 horses that you wanted to be involved with. Surprised that this one ends up being such a big price, to be perfectly honest. I thought that we'd see them all kind of be even on the odds board. But this one kind of sneaks past at 9-2. We got an even money shot, a 3-2 shot. If it plays out that way in the pick 5, that just put some serious value on the ticket. That's what I'm hoping anyways, because I went 3 deep.
Yeah, and it was interesting in terms of just how confident Sammy Filya drove Talbot ABC. I mean, he had position C as an option, position B, but that wasn't his choice.
No, absolutely. Yeah, there was a lot of confidence there. He wanted to have the front end. And again, we talked about earlier tonight, if you think you have the best horse in the race, the front end or first up are the 2 places to be. He chose the prior of the 2. And like I said, Belvedere Kathy, one to watch going forward. Big step forward off the qualifier. Nice effort to be second at 11-1. This would be a nice exacta and nice try as well, even with Silver Manalishi landing on the bottom end of it at even money.
Well, Robert, head back down to the fridge, maybe get yourself a sweets roll, use that sugar rush, and get the handicapping back rolling.
I will. I'll work on it.
It's a 4-5-3-6 back in front of us is number 4, Talbot ABC, a 2-year-old Muscle Mass Brown filling by Yolanda Fellows, Blair Corbilla, Windermere Stable. Robert Kyle Fellows, the trainer. Sammy Filya is the winning driver. 2-1-1. The sixth race payouts, number 4, Talbot ABC, $11.50 for 42.40. 5, Belvedere Kathy, $8, $3, and 3, Silver Manalishi, $2.30. $2 exactor, $120.70. Dollar try, $127.70. Dollar super, $379.15. The sixth race order of finish from the top down. 5 scratch 3 1 2 4. That is 5 scratch 3 1 2 4.
Okay, yep, they're all down there and ready to go.
And fans, we got some rain in the area, but fortunately, Tammy and Shar found a dry spot in the grandstand, and Tammy and Shar from Studio Boutique are here to announce some prize winners. Ladies.
All right, we're back, and we are just enjoying the marvels of Mother Nature right now. But we're back with a special guest. Not only a special guest, how about a dear friend of ours? This is Katie Giddy. We love you. But Katie is the VP of Operations here at the Grand River Raceway, and she has a great story to tell and share, and she's been so open about her journey with cancer, and she's going to share a little bit that with us. She was diagnosed in late December 23. She is also a blogger of No Time for Cancer. got no time for that, Katie. No, no time for it at all. And is a big reason for the success of tonight, of course. So we want to thank her for being here, sharing her journey the whole time through with us. But I do have a couple of questions for you. What does an event like this mean to you personally?
Oh my goodness. Well, the first thing is, for anybody who's here tonight, we have to start with a giant thank you. Because as a person who's currently going through this journey, celebrating with a lot of people here tonight who have lived the same, it's wonderful to see the support that is being delivered. This event for us started before I was diagnosed, but like so many, my grandma had breast cancer, and so it was part of our life and part of our journey. So our very first Harness the Hope was a great success, and last year became Team Giddy for all the wrong reasons. Yes. And it was an incredible time. The best part about this event, the people that get together.
It truly is. I see that you're in the inner circle for whatever reason you've been put there, but Harness the Hope, I believe, is really near and dear to your heart because of this. And how does that family support you?
Yeah, so the team, Christy, Doreen, and everybody at Harness the Hope are absolutely incredible. Not just being a telephone call away, but for the incredible amount of money that they have raised through this charity and through the amazing industry that I get to work for. But Harness the Hope benefits Breast Cancer Canada and Pink Pearl, and Pink Pearl specifically supports women 40 and under that have been diagnosed with breast cancer, and that was the world I was in. So they are amazing people. Need to also put a big shout out to everybody in the paddock tonight who is also supporting from behind the scenes through Harness the Hope.
Yeah, this is certainly an event that doesn't happen by one person making it happen. You have a great team here. Grand River Raceway is absolutely amazing. Huge part of our community for many different reasons, and we cannot thank you enough for being so open and honest with us. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you guys for being here, and again, a big shout out to everybody. Team Harness the Hope, Team Grand River Raceway.
Absolutely.
Thank you, thank you. We would like to encourage you to register for the Best Dressed competition at Harness the Hope booth over in the patio there. 50/50 is closed. The winner will be announced, I think, in a couple of races.
Yeah, we'll see it. Hopefully by race 7 we'll have a winner.
We do encourage you to visit Picture Us over in the Grandway reception area. It's a quick little photo op.
Yes.
And they are able to text and email it to you right away, and you can take it home. You can share it on your socials. It's a pretty fun little gig. We also have Fergus Allure today covering the event and capturing photos for all of our guests, so feel free to tag them down. They got a little photo frame. You can get your photo taken. So keep your eyes peeled and make sure to partake in the photos. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Field for race number 7 on parade. Number 1, Angel Flyaway, J.B. Renault for Julie Walker and Leonard Gamble. Number 2, Sweet Swirl, Dave Boughton for Don Lindsay and Paul Lindsay. Number 3, Vowel for Vanna, Bruce Richardson for John Holding and Morley Bosworth. Number 4 is Royal Me, Lauren House for Cassidy Schneider and Dr. Steve Taylor. And 5, It's Not My Vault, Colin Keller for Kim Baxter and Coyote Wind Farms, and Kim trains and shares in ownership. Note that One Angel Flyway is headed back to the paddock for an equipment adjustment. It's a field of 5 for race number 7. It is the Prospect Series 2-year-old trotting fillies. And let's get a look at this field for race number 7. And Robert, It's Not My Vault. Well, you saw the consensus view of the handicappers. 4-5 on the board. Kind of tough to go against, although I'm almost wishing I'd have taken a flyer on Sweet Swirl, but It's Not My Vault just prevented me from doing so.
Yeah, I love this filly. It's Not My Vault, of course, but you know what? You're right. It's almost, NFL season's almost upon us. It reminds me when you watch the broadcast before the games there, and the on-air personalities all pick the same team, and sometimes it doesn't work out. You want to be the one going against the grain, but I couldn't do that here with It's Not My Vault, because 3 for 3 to kick off her career, and I thought she's been impressive in all those victories, and even that qualifier here at the River, the first one. Interesting enough, it came against Bank on Lucas, who we saw win tonight, and she did win that qualifier. It says second, beat 3/4 of length. She got up in the final strides. It's Not My Vault at that moment kind of was one that jumped off the page at me, and then has obviously done great things since then. And I just I couldn't go against her here, even though she has missed almost a month between starts. She didn't venture down to Sarnia in the slop last time out. Sweet Swirl did. But I'm still sticking with It's Not My Vault.
Listen, did you run downstairs and get a Sweet Swirl? Yeah, I hope you did. But listen, you know what? Looking closer at this, too. You know that track at Sarnia, off 3 seconds, of course, you look at everything. Second start, trotting hobbles, and Dave Frankie Boughton, 2-1's getting a lot of love.
Yeah, that was a pretty rough night at Sarnia. The track was off by 3 seconds. It was some real testing conditions, and that's why you can't look at the 204 and 4 and really think anything of it. Easy winner on that occasion, but before that, you can see who beat her in each of her previous dashes. Right here at the River, it was It's Not My Vault, and then before that at Georgian, It's Not My Vault. So that's why I can't go against It's Not My Vault here. But Sweet Swirl is obviously the main danger, and the one that's the key player for me underneath. But it's gonna be pretty chalky in the exacta, right? 4-5 on the 5-2.
Well, you gave me ABC, but you're still struggling with the swirl. How about One Angel Flyaway? Well, swirled off stride last time out.
Yeah, and this is one that we kind of thought had a chance in there, right off that nice qualifier here at the River. It was 203 and 3. She was all by herself throughout, and I thought it looked pretty strong at every point. And then, of course, jumped it off a race that was won by TriStar Carmen, and she was facing older horses in that one as well. She took support to the tune of 8-1, and now has been off just over a couple of weeks before now making her debut in the Prospect Series. So I think she merits consideration. We don't really know what she is yet, but we know what It's Not My Vault and Sweet Swirl are. So I couldn't put her higher than third.
Just a little note now, number 1, Angel Flyaway, actually had trotting hobbles that August 14th start, and you see right there on the picture, those are you see the trotting hobbles on there with Angel Flyaway, and that's the reason for heading back to the paddock, Robert.
Well, there you go. So if she wore, so you said she wore them last time too?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So not first time trotting hobbles then, but in any event, she's one that can certainly take a step forward in this spot.
Yeah, and so that's why I had to go back and get the equipment corrected. Angel Flyaway, War Trialing hobbles in that August 14th line. Wears them again here. Look at number 3, Vowel for Vanna. W's not a vowel, I don't believe.
No, definitely not a vowel. This is one that's kind of interesting, right? Because you got a barn change. I mean, was racing for Matt Bax, and probably one that wasn't performing all that well for them, so they ended up moving this one along. But she's going to fit in better in the Prospect Series, right? We see horses that already have success going grassroots to Prospect, the lower tier now of the Ontario program. So I think Vowel for Vanna is kind of an intriguing option, but one I'm willing to watch this time out.
And while we just have a second, a quick thought on Royal Me, because I don't want her to feel left out.
No, we shouldn't leave her out at all. I mean, she's just got to go out there and finish the race to get a piece of this, right? 5 horses. They all get paid if they finish. And it was 4th last time, too. Sweet Swirl got beat by a wide margin, but was kind of in the mix in the early stages. Never really want to read too much into a race, though, over a track that's 3 seconds off. So might see this one step up. 3rd start of the career for Cassidy Schneider.
Well, It's Not My Vault is not going to open the vault if you bet this one, but 3 for 3 in the win column, 2 to 5 on the board. It's Angel Flyaway and Sweet Swirl on the inside. In the center, Vowel for Vanna. And to the outside, Royal Me, and It's Not My Vault. Field of 5 for the 7th race. There at the start of the rough, Royal Me with Vowel for Vanna. Sweet Swirl is racing 3rd. It's Not My Fault is still working on the outside. And Angel Flyaway is back trailing the field. Vowel for Vanna has the lead right now. Royal Me and Lauren House is 2nd. It's Not My Fault is in mid-pack 3rd. Racing on the inside right now and is about 3 from the front. In front of Sweet Swirl and Angel Flyaway looks a little rough at the back of the field as they race off the turn and come on towards us. It is Vowel for Vanna and Bruce Richardson with the front. Royal Me is 2nd. It's Not My Vault is not yet going to escape the pylons and is racing on the inside. Then Sweet Swirl and Angel Flyaway, 5 in a line as they head up to the half off a 30-3 opening quarter. And it is Vowel for Vanna who's got the front. Royal Me is 2nd. Collins Kelly still content to stay on the inside for a little bit longer. It's Not My Vault, and no longer now is going to pop out as soon as they straighten out into the backstretch of a half of 102 and 4. Vowel for Vanna. It's Not My Vault now is quickly coming on and looking to crack the leader, Vowel for Vanna. And now it is. It's Not My Vault who's come on to get the lead. Advantages a length and a quarter. Vowel for Vanna is trying to fight back on the inside. Sweet Swirl is 3rd. Then Angel Flyaway and Royal Me is back to trailing the field, and now It's Not My Vault. 1 to 5 on the board has taken the lead from Vowel for Vanna. 3/4, 131 and 2 off stride. Angel Flyaway as well as Royal Me. It's Not My Vault. Sweet Swirl 3rd, now getting some urging from Dave Frankie Boughton, but still holding on to 2nd is Vowel for Vanna. Off that 3/4, 131 and 2. It's Not My Vault and Colin Kelly sitting still on the bike on down the Swiss Drive. It's Not My Vault and Vowel for Vanna. It's Not My Vault and Colin Kelly sitting like a church mouse on the bike is still and finishing 2nd. Vowel for Vanna, then Sweet Swirl and Angel Flyaway. 2, a 1 and 2. It's Not My Vault. Look, I hate to take a 1 to 5 horse, Robert, but It's Not My Vault. That's the price that was on the board.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's not your vault at all, Gary. But you know what? She's just been so good, right? I mean, 3 for 3 coming into this, and the margin of victory did not really do her efforts any justice. Neck length, 3/4 of a length. Even today, I mean, you see Colin Kelly. Tight lines, race to the wire, never asked, and that's exactly what I kind of saw going into her lifetime debut off those 2 qualifiers, and just a real nice filly. I mean, she's missed almost a month between starts, and she handles it that professional. She gets away off the gate, kind of just relaxes off the switch, and then moves first over, kind of waltzes to the lead, and then just does it so professionally. the rest of the way. Look at the body language here. Colin Kelly to Bruce Richardson. I mean, he's got tight lines to the wire, and he's just kind of hanging on to her, letting her do the rest. But yeah, I think we certainly see who the boss of this division is in the Prospect Series.
Colin looks like he's almost a little bored sitting there, like, okay, is this over yet?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, she's been sure-footed too as a trotter, so I guess he's not really too worried about her making a miscue or anything. And we get some value underneath. Val for Vanna, like I said, you got a horse that is moving, changing barns, might take a step in the right direction, and certainly did. I mean, but also the drop down to the Prospect Series helps as well. So, anyway, second at 12-1. You need to get a price underneath if you want any value in the exotics when a 1 to 5 shot wins, and Val for Vanna should certainly help it.
Every one of our handicappers had it a 5-2-1-3, and I thought, there's no way it's going to come in exactly that when every handicapper had that order.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you're best to fade it.
No, but it just always works that way. If everybody's on one way, it's not coming that way.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, in this situation, I mean, any situation, I'd like to do the same thing. I mean, first of all, if people are betting it too, it's not going to help your payout. But end of the day, Sweet Swirl, I thought raced pretty well, all things considered. Just doesn't have the gears that It's Not My Vault has, and ended up kind of first over trying to chase that one once she made the lead. So love this filly. Looking forward to see what she does next.
And it's a 5-3-2-1 top four. Coming back in front of us is number 7, race winner of number 7, number 5. It's Not My Vault, 2-year-old The Bank Bay filly, owned by Coyote Wind Farms and Kim Baxter. 4-for-4 lifetime. King Baxter is also the trainer. Colin Kelly, the winning driver. 2-0-1 and 2. It's Not My Vault. Fans note the judge's ruling that One Angel Flyway did not violate the braking regulations. There is a look at that break from Angel Flyway, and for Royal Me also going off stride. So no violations. Seventh race payouts, 5, It's Not My Vault, 240, 210, 210, 3 Vowel for Vanna, 520, 292, Sweet Swirl, 210, $2 exactor, $12.60, dollar try, $12. The seventh race, order of finish from the top, 4, 3, 2, 5, 1. That's 4, 3, 2, 5, 1. Eighth race is next. Post time is in 5 minutes. But before we get to looking at the eighth race, we're going to send things back again to our studio hosts for the Harness the Hope Night. Tammy and Shar from Studio Boutique, as they have a bunch of prize draw winners to be announced. Ladies.
All right, everybody. I know a lot of you are waiting for that 50-50 draw number, and we have it for you. So please get out your tickets, guys, because the winner of the 50-50 draw is number 1, 5, 4, 8, 8, 6, 2, 0. If that is your number, 1, 5, 4, 8, 8, 6, 2, 0, you are taking home $962.50. Woo!
All right, who's the win? Oh, there's the winner.
We have the winner. She's here. She's got waiting. Congratulations on your winning. All right. We're soon going to leave you for the night. We've had so much fun as we do. They've asked us back for the second year, so we must be doing something right. But we do have a few people that we need to thank, and that's to our sponsors tonight, and they are Skyline, Grand River Egg Society, Elements Casino, 2H Media, the Cheeseman and Giddy families, Trevor Henry Stables Incorporated, RLB LLP, Cut and Design Hair Salon, Picture Us, Station Earth broadcast sponsor, Fancy That Cake, best cookies, AloraFergusToday.com. We have Picture Us again, GEI Consultants, Ron Wilkins Jewelers, Edible Promotions, Wellington County Lymphedia and Post-Surgical Massage, Bradalman Inn, of course, Studio Boutique, Sarah Anthon, Sally Litchfield, and of course, Boutique Entertainment, SV Law, Alensky, Shuett Private Wealth, and then Laura Toscani and Refreshed and Refined. So thank you guys so much. If it's not sponsors like you, this night definitely could not happen. Shar, take it away.
Alrighty, so we are going to have the announcement for the best dressed guest, the best dressed horse, and the best dressed groom. And that is going to be after race 9 for that announcement. So once again, grab a pink drink, purchase some pink swag over at the Harness Your Hope booth on the patio, and get your photo taken and make a donation if you wish. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it, and hope you have a wonderful night.
Good night.
And note that 50-50 draw amount was $962.50. Thanks to everyone for contributing to the 50-50 draw. $962.50. And, of course, I was going to announce the winning number again, but we already have our winner. Congratulations. Field for the 8th race on parade. 1, Fear the Crush. Scotty Golder for Alan Shelton. Number 2 is Watcher DeWitt. Jason Ryan for Shane Barrington and Max Stable. Number 3, Sweet Gadget. Steve Houdon for Laura Toscani. And Steve shares in ownership with Laura. Number 4, Voom Voom. Jay Harris for Dwayne Marfisi and Roy Sproxton, and Harp Singh Dillon, Daryl Kaplan, and Green and Gold Limited. 5, Exotic Dragon. Daryl Thiessen for Jody Cullen and Paul Sanders, and Ron Cullen, and Travis Cullen. Number 6, Treasures Watching. Andre Goy drives and trains for Don Lesheed. Number 7, Fated Fire. Brett Madonna for Pam Forkey and Mindy Findling Repco. 8 is Duchesne. Travis Henry for Anthony Beaton and Lisa Lafort and Mac Nickel and April Campbell and David Mercer. Field of 8, race number 8. Let's get a look at this field and note that race 8 is presented by Trevor Henry Stables, in it to win it. And Robert, I got to give you props here. You get in trouble when you try to handicap who's going to be the favorite. And I thought Exotic Dragon would be about an even money or less favorite in your class of this race. So I went elsewhere shopping for value. You're sitting there at the 3-1 Exotic Dragon. I think she's the class of this field.
Yeah, it definitely is, in my opinion, and that's why I went there. I just figured, you know what, like this is a group that's, pretty solid top to bottom, but Exotic Dragon's done some, really good things, obviously, this season and in her career as a whole. So I just, figured, this looks like a good spot for her to kind of, get back into the win column. It's been a while between drinks, but she's 8 for 23 this season, and she's hit the board 14 times over that span. Last time out at Hanover, faced male competition in there. She ends up finishing third after leading a long way. Can't use Lasix at Hanover either. It might be something that she needs to have, and she gets that medication back tonight. So again, yeah, I just looked at it and said, I think she's the best in here. I'm not going to go against her. Didn't think she'd be 3-1. I agree with you. I thought she'd be more like 2-1, around that number, maybe a touch less. But hey, right now, more than happy to take that kind of price on her. Getting back on that regular rotation too, right, Gary? We love to get on horses that are doing that.
Well, and look, of those 36 career wins, I've called a number of them. Comparing Exotic Dragon to the rest of this field, I think that if she was on her A game, you'd have to take her, and she might be even money. Yeah, she shows maybe not being on her A game, but we've also mentioned some of those times at Georgian. Don't fault that too much. The track's not been great until just recently. But look at, how about number 7, Fated Fire? This is one that raced in that invitation at Hanover, and that was a solid bunch.
Yeah, and she was actually ahead of Exotic Dragon 2 starts ago. Right, so 3 starts ago for Fated Fire and 2 starts ago for Exotic Dragon, but was ahead of that one on that occasion at Georgia on August the 4th. Last time at Hanover, it's an invitation event, and it's a pretty solid group, top to bottom. Right, I mean, Gia Surreal's the winner. I think we'd back her in here. Sportsline was second. So a mare beat, one of the male competitors in there. I think we would back either one of those horses against this group. I know we would. And Fated Fire is one that had been racing really well. One that we kind of thought Gary was racing kind of a little better than maybe the form shows in the last few starts. Anyways, that victory June 21st here, it's still, whenever I watch it, it's like breathtaking. Like she opens up on the pace setter in the blink of an eye and wins going away. And since then, of course, has a couple of runner-up finishes and a couple of fourth-place finishes. So I like her at 6-1, now 7-1. I kind of thought she'd be the value in the race. She's providing all that right now and more at 7-1.
Well, look, I went to Watcher DeWitt. I wasn't anticipating 3-2, and you could say, well, shouldn't you have been off of a win? But I still think a couple of that she beat in that last race don't measure to Exotic Dragon and Fated Fire. I would have anticipated more than 3-2, but 13 wins on the season.
Yeah, 13 for 23. This thing's been a win machine. You look at a horse too, 2 for 25 last year, 8 on the board finishes. This year, 13 for 23, 16 on the board finishes. And that last time out, that was a huge drop in class, and she just absolutely crushed her competition. But now she's missed 3 weeks after that effort, and this is a tougher group. I mean, I know it's an optional 15 claimer. She carried a $15,000 claiming tag in that last one. This is tougher. Those are straight claimers last time. This is not. So 4 to 5 to me is an overbet. I thought she was one that would be worth playing against in here, and especially the multi-leg wagers where she might get kind of zeroed in on after that win. So I think she's with a big chance. Love the horse, just not so fond of the situation.
I think the value play right now is Voom Voom at 6 to 1 because I've been watching this one at Georgian Downs, been racing well, Dwayne Marfisi, and a lot of positives overall on Voom Voom.
Yeah, solid connections, racing well as of late. And again, those times I think people look at and kind of knock them. Oh, Georgian's a fast track, 55. It has not been fast of late. Just started getting better just recently. So I don't put too much stock into those times. Definitely one that I use in the multi-legs. And you're right, 6 to 1 is a good price. But we're getting value everywhere. I mean, 8 to 1 on Faded Fire. 4 to 1 on Exotic Dragon. Pick your poison here. There's a lot of value on that board.
Well, everywhere except for Watcher to Wit. 4 to 5. Feel the crush, Watcher to Wit. Sweet Gadgets on the inside. In the center, Voom Voom, Exotic Dragon. The outside, Treasures Watching, Faded Fire, and Duchesne. Field of 8. It's race number 8. Field for the 8th race. Is all in position and at the start. And right now, Voom Voom makes a bobble, quickly recovers, but now is last, and Exotic Dragon's got a blast to the front. Faded Fire is second away, then Sweet Gadgets, and now Duchesne on the outside, and on the inside, Watcher to Win is going to press on through, and now will be racing third, as Duchesne is out wide, fourth, Sweet Gadgets fifth, and then Treasures Watching, and back to Fear of the Crush, and Voom Voom after that early bobble is trailing the field, and right now, Watcher to Win quickly steps out from third and wants to come on now and try to swamp the leader, Exotic Dragon. It's Exotic Dragon on the inside, and here comes Watcher to Wit now with a burst of speed, and Jason Rhyme. And Watcher to Wit is going to be the one we watch on the lead, with Exotic Dragon filling the pocket, and Faded Fire is third. Then Duchesne racing on the inside, and now Voom Voom has made a bit of recovery on the outside and is going to be working first over right now. Then it is Sweet Gadgets, and back to Treasures Watching, and Fear the Crush. Watcher to Wit, 8 to 5 on the board. Exotic Dragon on the inside. There goes Faded Fire now, and Faded Fire is first up and is coming after Watcher to Wit. Exotic Dragon is racing third. Voom Voom has made a nice recovery and is only about 2 off the lead. And then Duchesne is fifth. Sweet Gadgets and Treasures Watching, and Fear the Crush. Watcher to Win. 8 to 5 on the board, still has the lead. Faded Fire is chipping away, and Exotic Dragon is bravening up as they race their way to the top of the stretch. And Voom Voom is in the hunt and is now going to roll out. And then on the inside, Duchesne. Voom Voom is getting out their 3 wide and closing crowd. Watcher to Win as they are about to turn for him. Watcher to Win. Faded Fire, Exotic Dragon is patiently waiting for the passing lane on down the stretch drive. Watcher to Win, Exotic Dragon looks to blast up the inside. Watcher to Win, Exotic Dragon, Faded Fire. And it is now Faded Fire on the outside, trying to call her Watcher to It. But Watcher to It was game over Faded Fire. And then 4 across the track for third. Watcher to Wit at 8 to 5. Got a serious test in the lane, holding off Faded Fire, who'd been out a while. But Watcher to Wit makes it a 14th win on the year, Robert.
She's been tremendous, and honestly, that's a monstrous effort right there. I thought that Faded Fire would have the measure of her. We talk about it. First over is not a bad place to be here at the river. You got Exotic Dragon with a 2-0 behind her. Faded Fire first up. Voom Voom after that bobble, second over. We lots of chances there, to get past her, and just couldn't do it. I mean, she's just one that kind of swells up on the lead, and just won't let them get past. I thought really that Faded Fire was going by at every point, but she didn't. She couldn't get her before the wire, and watch her do it. Another victory, this time off 3 weeks. Tremendous horse this year, and just been doing great things, and another victory for her and Shane Barrington.
And Voom Voom looked like might have recovered to be third, but the inquiry sign is up. Unfortunately, made that bobble and had to drop back the last one to look at again next time out, because Ashley gave a pretty sharp effort.
Oh, definitely did. I mean, like I said, I thought that she was one of the ones who was in a big chance tonight, and saw her spot at second over. Tough to kind of make that recovery from that early bobble, but raced pretty well, all things considered. And Faded Fire, I mean, we kind of keep singing that horse's praises, and I think even though she does have that win, recent victory, I think she's racing, much too good lately to not have more wins on her card, because she kind of just brings it every time she steps on the track, and this time comes up just short of one that was just a touch better than her tonight.
And Watch Her to Wit, I used that one on top, and you might have thought I was bad-mouthing her. I was just bad-mouthing the price. I just didn't think that she necessarily belonged at that price against this group of horses.
Oh, I agree with you, but she proved herself. I mean, she was doing great things against some pretty solid rivals at Mohawk Park for a long time, and then kind of tailed off a bit, got that confidence boost last time. I thought she was a play against at that price, more so just because of 3 weeks, right, in between starts. But she was razor sharp tonight. Huge
It's a
victory.
2754, chop 4. Note the inquiry pertains to 4 Voom Voom in that early break in stride. And it is. There's a look at number 2, Watch Her to Wit, a 4-year-old. He's watching Bay Mare, owned by Max Stable and Shane Barrington. Shane sells to the trainer. Jason Ryan is the winning driver. And also note out trackside group from Trevor Henry Stables. Trevor Henry Stables sponsored race number 8 and out in the winner's circle. There is a look at the start at number 4, Voom Voom, and the judges ruling that there were no violations. Again, looking at number 4, Voom Voom. There's the bobble right there, and judges ruling did not commit any violations and will stand on the board 4th. Exotic Dragon snagging 3rd, as it was close between those two for 3rd. Eighth race payouts to Watch Her to Wit, 520, 340, 250. 7 Faded Fire, $4.10, $3. 5 Exotic Dragon, $2.80. $2 Exactor, $21.50. $1 Try, $38.05. $1 Super, $93.15. Eighth race order finish from the top. 81643725. That's 81643725. Ninth race is up next. Post time's in 4 minutes. But before we get to that, we have some prize draw winners to announce, or at least one. The Tough Enough to Wear paint contest winner is Mary Millen. You can claim your prize at the Harness the Hope table. Mary Milne is the prize winner of Tough Enough to Wear pink contest. There's a look at your photo for fourth, and it was close. Voom Voom and Exotic Dragon, but Exotic Dragon is on the inside of that picture and did have a nose on the gate for picking up third over Voom Voom, who was fourth. Also, the best dressed groom is Dylan and Chloe Jackson. They knew that they are a winner, but we want to tell everybody that the best dressed groom was Dylan and Chloe Jackson, and the best dressed horse, Military Secret by Michelle Sherman. I've seen that horse before come out looking pretty spectacular, so that doesn't surprise me. Military Secret, trained by Michelle Sherman, best dressed horse. Field on post parade for race number 9. One is Bozac, Brett Madonna for Scott McEnany and Brendan Marcolane. Number 2 is McSea Shore, Anthony Hahn for Mike Healing and Dreamville Stables and Milton Lehman and Pitbull Stable. Three is Snowport, Gino Toscani for Desiree Jones. 4 is Torque Delight, JP Renault for Julie Walker and Gaetan Bono. 5 is Red Menace, Martin Lachance for Dan Mogridge. 7 is Wicked Ending, Todd Ratchford for James Wellwood and Jeffrey Wellwood. 8 Ace 44 Beaver, Austin Turk for Calabasas and Denise Carr. And 9 is Don't Play with the Fire, Jason Ryan for Julie Walker and Leonard Gamble. Well, let's get a look at this field. But first up, I want to tell you that race 9 is presented by Chartered Professional Accountants, RLB. The Chartered Professional Accountants, they are the sponsor of this 9th race. And, well, trailer post. Are you playing with fire going to the trailer post? 5-1, at least you get a little bit of value there, Robert.
Yeah, it might be with the trailing post, Gary. But you know what? I don't mind the play on this horse, even at a bit of a shorter price, because you pick up Jason Ryan. We know what he's been doing this meet, and beyond. He's had tremendous success here at the River. And this is a horse I thought raced well last time. Post 7 got away 8th off the gate, made up ground in the late stages, kind of getting, probably, acclimated to the to the surface here again after only having the one start July 8th. Lifetime debut in a Prospect Series event where he got beat by a wide margin. The race at Hanover, though, were both really good. Ended up getting, locked in, trapped, nowhere to go before shaking loose late on July 27th, and then almost got in the same situation August 3rd before just finding room in the nick of time to convert it 70 cents to the dollar. So these connections have had tremendous success, and I think that Don't Play with Fire is one that has a big chance in here. And 5-1, like I said, I'm okay with that price. Would like a little more, but I'm okay with that price, or even a bit shorter.
And you might as well take a shot, because Bozac at 3-5 to me is not a 3-5 horse. Now look at Grassroots last time out, Sarnia. That's a tougher company, but boy, kind of backed away.
Yeah, and listen, he's the one to beat just off the credentials and what we see. With the fact that racing at the grassroots level, racing at Mohawk and Nominers of one, I mean, the horse that he's been facing would all be heavy favorites in here, and deservingly so. And I think, pole position is going to further help his chances. We got strong connections for Bozac as well. Pole position. I mean, I think that's 3-5, obviously too short for my liking. If I'm going 3 deep in here, it means I don't like him all that much, especially at a short price. But I do think he's the one to beat. I think he can be right there at the wire. I'm just hoping that the one following him off the gate can track him and maybe outkick him late. And I like what I've seen from Don't Play with Fire in the late stages.
Number 5, Red Menace, Chestnut. The Red Menace here, Martin Lachance driving and training off of a good last race. Red Menace is one that, look at, there's that handsome Chestnut. And, I should be taking Red Menace. I was a red before I became an old man that's white now. Red Menace.
Yeah, no, Red Menace raced well last time, right? Locked down the 2-hole in that race, and I thought raced really well. All things considered, was loose pocket for a bit of it, but was kind of inching in on Not a Bad Guy, heavy favorite who was a dominant winner, and before that obviously faced tougher at Mohawk Park. So he could take a step forward off that effort, and he's valued right now at 8-1. Likely will get forwardly placed again. I don't think he's grabbing leather off the gate. I think he's going forward off the switch and might be in the right spot.
And then Snowport. Well, we looked at a handsome Chestnut. How about a gray, Gino Toscani? And look, this is one that's had just one start, but there's nothing wrong with that start.
No, it was pretty good. I mean, I watched it back a few times, and I thought he raced well to get a big chunk of it. And he's he's one that's I think again it depends what the trip scenario is tonight, right? It's what it comes down to. Right kind of trip scenario, and he can be right there at the wire. He just really needs to kind of map out a favorable journey. And if that happens, then he can be right there. I think you're getting an overlay on him at 8-1, but again, trip dependent for me. If he just gets to the pylons, assists a trip, he'll probably maintain his position to the wire.
So listen, those are your first four. We didn't touch on the one that I used second in here. I'm not sure if I'm just all wet with this, but I went to McSeashore, one that we saw race here, and fifth beat and 7.25, but at least the final quarter was the final half, and you see the thing you like in a qualifier, quicker quarters all the way through. That's a race line. Now gets that one under his belt and had 2 qualifiers. Your thoughts on McSeashore?
Yeah, I like where you're going with this one. I mean, especially the price, right? 14-1. There's obviously you're breaking that most recent qualifier. You're going to look to get a education and flat line, consecutive faster quarters in that race, and against a solid group, and was moving well on the end of it, 28-1. So might be able to plug in for a nice journey as well, and maybe can get past them late. I don't mind that at all. I thought Gary at 15-1.
Well, it took some chalk on top, so I tried to play a horse that was 58-1 last time out, and now is 15-1. We'll see how it unfolds, but it is a field of 8. Bozac, McSeashore on the inside, Snowport, Torque Delight, and Red Menace in the center. The outside, Wicked Ending, and Ace 44 Beaver. And the second tier, Don't Play with the Fire at 6-1. Robert's playing with the trailer post, and I'm on the favorite Bozac, who's 1-2. Field of 8 for race number 9. And the field for the 9th race is at the start of the rough. And Bozac with Wicked Ending. Red Menace off stride. Now Snowport wants to shovel on through, but on the inside, Bozac has got the lead. It's Bozac and Snowport, Wicked Ending. And then Don't Play with Fire gets out well from the trailer post to be 4th now. And Ace 44 Beaver is on the outside. Then McSeashore is 6th, and then Torque Delight. And Red Menace is racing 8th after that early break. But Bozac dropped down to 1-5, and Brett McDonald off an opening quarter at 28 seconds, and it is Bozac unchallenged now. Will look for a second panel breather as Brett McDonald looks rather relaxed in the bike right now and leads by about 2.5 or 3 over Snowport. Then Wicked Ending, Don't Play with Fire is racing 4th. Ace 44 Beaver, McSeashore, and then Red Menace trying to make a recovery, and Torque Delight on the inside of a 28 opening quarter. They roll up to the half, and Bozac has the lead. Wicked Ending at 45-1 wants to come on and challenge Bozac now. Don't Play with Fire is playing closer now. It's moved up and is now going to be first over as Wicked Ending dropped into the pocket. Don't Play with Fire is racing on the outside third, half 59 into a 31-2 second panel. And then Snowport is 4th, and McSeashore is racing 5th. Ace 44 Beaver, Red Menace, and trailing Torque Delight. It's Bozac 1-5 on the board, and they race by 3/4 advantages, a couple of lengths. Wicked Ending, Don't Play with Fire, Snowport, and McSeashore is 5th of 3/4 128. Bozac being chased by Wicked Ending as the field turns from Bozac on the inside. Wicked Ending at 45-1 on the outside wants to put an end to Bozac's reign on the lead. Bozac and Wicked Ending. Bozac drives on and stick handles to the finish on top to win it by a length and a half. And Wicked Ending, then it was Snowport and Torque Delight, 156-3. Rob, they get to the half in 59-2, a mile of 56-3. Bozac was a low price, but the fractions worked out extremely well. Tough to beat off of that.
Oh, it definitely is. And the thing is, too, we talk about it, is that you get that big drop, right, from racing at Mohawk Park, even that grassroots affair in Sarnia. The track was 3 seconds off. They go 58-3, so 55-3 mile over there. He now wins this race in 56-3. Had the clock in his favor in the early stages, but it was just too good for them. I mean, Wicked Ending, I thought, raced tremendously well to be second, but this was a favorite that you tried to beat just because you see no on the board finishes at 6 tries, but just needed this kind of a heart building win now maybe to go in the right direction. So I tried to beat him in the on the win end in the multis. Had him picked for second, but I guess that was a little bit foolish because he was much the best.
I might as well chirp in here now. Wicked Ending was my third choice. 45-1 on the board, and actually gave a slight scare. Not much of a scare to Bozac, but at least right there.
Well, a little bit, but 45-1 second. I mean, you're rolling, Gary. You've got all the right ideas right now, and you're a picking machine right now, and this is going to be a good exacta, of course. I mean, you get a bomb second, and we always talk about it. If you want to play a favorite, it doesn't really make sense to bet a 1-5 shot to win. If you're not using it in multis, you're going to play exactas and tries and supers. You got to find price underneath, and there you go. 45-1, 14-1, 60-1. That's pretty much the only way you can make it pay.
My top four were 1, 2, 7, 3. So what do I know? I had the 2 in there. I'm an idiot.
No, there you go. I mean, you're like I said, you're rolling right now.
Would
you're
I
on fire.
Would I be jinxing myself if I told you? So I got 20 winners in the past 25 races.
You probably are. It's like when a pitcher's throwing a no-hitter.
Oh, you don't talk about it?
No, you don't talk about it.
Yeah. Okay, so what will I have in the 10th now? Just pitch that. Well, no, I've got yours, so I'm safe.
You should be okay. Let's hope you keep it going.
At least for one race for your sake, and then after that, goodbye. It's a 1-7-3-4. Back in front of us is number 1, Bozac, a 2-year-old Dancin' Lube gelding by Brendan Mark Lane and Anthony Lane. Scott McEnany, the trainer. Brett McDonald's the winning driver. Bozac, 156-3. Ninth race payouts. 1, Bozac, 250, 220, 237. Wicked Ending, 1460 and 510, and 3, Snowport, 420. $2 exactor, 38.30. Dollar try, 199.20. Dollar super, 1414.55. Ninth race order finish from the top. 15347 scratch 286. That's 15347 scratch 286. The 10th race, the Harness the Hope Night here at Grand River Raceway. Our broadcast sponsor is Stationer Total Home Technologies. Field on parade for the 10th one, Watching Sunset. Anthony Hahn for Craig Bars and Nurko Sukolovic. Number 2, I'm a Captain. Brett McDonough for Ashley Lenvoy, Gino Toscani. Three is Southwind Infusion. Austin Sorry for Ashley Lenvoy and Gino Toscani. 4 is Gandalf the Bay. Jason Ride for Paul Ritchie. 5, Chesterman. Travis Henry for Anthony Beaton and Dominic Chiravelli and Teresa Davidson in Kentucky Farm. Number 6, Pebble Beach Pro, Lauren House for Scott McNiven and Kimberly and Bradley McNiven and Thomas Broadhurst and Shirley Griffin. Number 7, Prize Control, Sammy Fillion for Jean Tournier and Roland Trudel and Serge Baudry. It is Arts Alive, Jay Harris for Dwayne Marfisi and David Jarvis and William Cece and Henson Wong. 9 is Giggity, 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 Bruce Richardson for Rennie Dion and RAW Equine and S&R Racing. The 10th race, the sponsor is Cut and Design Hair Salon. Cut and Design Hair Salon is presenting the 10th race. And, well, Rob, let's get a look at this field. And, Rob, I think I might have been a little self-centered tonight talking about my picks. So, you know what? To be more of a team player, which you always are, I'm going to cheer for your top pick here, number 5, Chesterman.
And your top pick, too, right?
Oh, you weren't supposed to mention that.
Well, you've been on fire. I'll mention. I'll mention the number. Were you 20 for the last 25? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, which is an incredible strike rate. I mean, Gary, you've been on absolute fire. You've been picking exotics too, all kinds of prices around them. So you're doing a fantastic job. And let's hope we finish out the week strong and Harness the Hope Night strong here with Chesterman. I'm surprised 3-1. I mean, I get it. There are 2 horses in here kind of stand out. Chesterman and Watching Sunset. And Watching Sunset got the better of Chesterman back in July, but this one was kind of coming from off the pace on that occasion. Last time out, went a long way in the lead. Absolutely torrid fractions on the engine, 122 and 2 3/4, then faded back to 7th, but got the lungs opened up and now comes here to the river to a softer spot, and I think we might see a similar journey and maybe him go the distance this time around. So any price close to the one that's on the board right now, I'm more than happy with. I mean, even a touch or 2 lower than that. I like Chesterman here on top, but I do think there's 2 of them that stick out.
Well, Watching Sunset, 6-5 on the board is the other one that you think stands out here. Watching Sunset, 6-5 is tough to take. Your thought, you watch all those races at Mohawk, of course, all the time. You write the Harness Players Journal and the Horse Players Journal, and we saw this one in the grassroots here. Your thoughts on Watching Sunset?
I think Watching Sunset's a very nice horse. 3 for 13 of the year, 5 on the board finishes. Took a big step forward from the age of 2, went 0 for 4 last year, but showed ability, no doubt. Last time out, made a move to the outside, faded back to 8th in a race won by McPleasant. I just think that Watching Sunset's going to love getting back here to the river and not against the likes of Lakers Bank, always a thrill, and McPleasant like he faced on Industry Days. So pole position to work from. He's kind of a versatile type. He can be put close to the lead, but kind of does his best work brushing at the middle to late stages. 3-2 on the board. No real value there, though. Value sitting with Chesterman right now, but that might change come post time.
And then the 3 Giggities is your selection, number 3 here, 7-2 on the board from the Trailer Post.
Yeah, Trailer Post following out a good one, though. This is a horse, too, that I think has been racing better than advertised and should really appreciate getting against this kind of competition here at the river. 4 for 18 this year, lots of on-the-board finishes. I think he can get towed into it. 7-2, I think is a bit short, though.
And throw in a thought on Art's Alive, tough post, but he's been alive all year. And my second choice here is Gandalf the Bay, if you have a moment.
Yeah, Arts Alive, I think, speedster. If he goes forward off the gate from post take, he can make the lead with ease. He's dangerous. And your Gandalf the Bay, I think, is one that's going to need a trip to get a big piece of it. Taking support down to 8-1 right now, but in with a chance. But like I said, needs a favorable journey.
It's a field of 9, the 10th race. They're in the backstretch. They're approaching the start. And the field for the 10th race is at the start in the rough. Chesterman will take back off the gate and driving out Gandalf the Bay, Southwind Infusion, and on the outside Arts Alive and Price Control. Arts Alive comes blasting. Southwind Infusion is racing second. Price Control, Gandalf the Bay, Pebble Beach Pro, Watching Sunset, Giggity, Giggity, Giggity. Then it is back to I'm a Captain, and Chesterman is right at the back of the bus as they race off the turn. Arts Alive is alive, 30-1 on the board as they race on towards us. Southwind Infusion is second, and Gandalf the Bay. Now Watching Sunset's the one we're watching first over. And then it is Giggity, Giggity, Giggity. To the outside is Price Control. And then it is back to Pebble Beach Pro, and I'm a Captain. And Chesterman now is going to angle out, but is trailing the field. They head up to the half of a sharp opening quarter at 26. Watching Sunset. Trying to call her Arts Alive. It's Arts Alive and Watching Sunset, who's 5-2 on the board. Leads it ahead of her Arts Alive. Southwind Infusion is racing third. Gandalf the Bay is a fourth, and then Price Control. Giggity, Giggity, Giggity. As they race on toward three quarters, Pebble Beach Pro, 3 wide from the backfield. Chesterman has a lot of work to do, and Pebble Beach Pro is scooting up the inside. Watching Sunset. Half of 55, and they race on the three quarters. Watching Sunset, Southwind Infusion, Arts Alive and Gandalf the Bay. And now Chesterman is moved up from 9th to take over 5th, but still has a lot of work to do, but he's flying. It is Watching Sunset as they race to the top of the stretch. Gandalf the Bay, Southwind Infusion, and Chesterman on down the stretch where they come. Watching Sunset, Southwind Infusion, and Gandalf the Bay. Gandalf the Bay wins it. Watching Sunset. Chesterman came from last to pick up third. Southwind Infusion. Gandalf the Bay, a mile of 1:52. Well, you said Gandalf the Bay might need a trip. Got a trip, and it kind of worked out, Robert.
It definitely did. No, that's exactly right. I mean, that's what I was thinking. As I'm watching him come off the final turn, I said, well, at least I was right about him needing a trip. But I mean, again, you've got Watching Sunset doing a lot of work, and getting past Arts Alive is never going to be easy, right? I mean, he gets to the lead 26 flat. He's not going to really get throttled down. He's kind of one that kind of just keeps on rolling. So obviously, Watching Sunset's got to work hard to get past that one. And then you've got Get Out the Bay, flipping off cover late, coming past that one really nicely, and Chesterman just too far out of it. I mean, it raced well. I mean, the two horses I thought would decide it finished second and third. Both raced well, but Gandalf the Bay gets the job done at 52 flats tonight at 8-1. I mean, you were right to call this one out, Gary. The last one we talk about, interesting. I'd love to know the strike rate on those ones because they hit with a eerie frequency and it's usually at a pretty big price.
Well, my top three were 5, 4, 1, and so the 5 goes to the back of the bus, but there's at least the 4, 1 are the top two.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, you're still all around it. Even when you miss, you're all around it. And again, Chesterman, I think, we deserved a better fate, and the horse did too. Just left with too much work to do, and there wasn't really a tremendous amount of utter flow there. Yeah, we see Watching Sunset get to the lead, but there wasn't like a live flow that could really drag him into it. He kind of had to circle horses on the backside, and at that point, it was just not going to work out for him.
One thing about handicapping, when things are going well, you got to enjoy the moment because it's coming to an end.
Well, it does. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. But you know what? The ride's always fun, right?
Yeah, but you also know when you're running the ride, like if you're honest with yourself, it's coming at some point.
Yeah, well, you can't win. I mean, listen, it's harness racing, horse racing. You can't win forever, right? It's a tough game to beat. But when you're rolling, you got to take advantage of those times so you can get through the lulls. And
right now, you can win also if you're backing Jason Ryan, who was the winning driver in the 10th for Gandalf the Bay, a 3-year-old Lazarus Bay gelding, going to trained by Paul Ritchie. Jason Ryan, Ricky Bobby with the winning drive. It's the third win for Gandalf the Bay on the year. Third lifetime, 152 flat for a new career best. And note in the winner's circle, we have a group from Cut and Design Hair Salon. The 10th race payouts for Gandalf the Bay. 1910, 550, 280. One Watching Sunset, $5, $365. Chesterman, $220. $2 exact or $59.40. Dollar try, $73.70. Dollar super, $622.85. Dollar pick 3 is 40.20. Dollar pick 4, 38.95. Of the dollar pick 5, 195.05. The 11th race, 10th race order finish, rather. Well, we'll read the 10th anyway. 274-135-698. That is 274-135-698. 11th race coming up shortly. And fans, note that make your wagering selections early because the horses are going to be coming out and going pretty much directly to the gate after the post parade. And the Harness the Hope Night broadcast sponsor this evening, Station Earth, Total Home Technologies. On parade 1, Military Secret, Garrett Rooney for Michelle Sherman and Sean Downey. 2 is Mickey Burke, Lauren House for Riley Simpson and Shen Go. 3 is Low Red Sports Star Todd Ratford for Boyd Wilson and Harold Wilson. Number 4 is Boots and Brine, Paul McKenzie for Candice Morrell. 5 is Very Blue Chip, Travis Henry for Boyd Wilson and Owen Wilson. 'There is number 7, Fear the Dice, Jason Ryan for Peter Brickman. 8 is Serial Killer, Anthony Hunt for Courtney Robson. 'There is number 6, About a Boy, Austin Surrey for Ashley Lenvoy and Dana White. And note that 9 is Dreamy Fella, Nello Googly Elmy, drives and trains and owns. It's a field of 9, race 11. The 11th race is sponsored by Team Terry, and there is, of course, Dreamy Fella on your screen right now. But we'll go to Rob's top pick and note the 11th race. Again, picture us, photo and video experience. Let's get a look at 1 Military Secret. Good recent form with Military Secret. Your top choice, Rob, right?
Last time at Sarnia was a good winner before that here at the river, and I think that it'll be tough to beat today at 4-5.
Number 5, Very Blue Chip, is one that comes in off of a win at Hanover.
Yeah, nice win over Hanover. He's a speedster, right? He gets forwardly placed. He went all the way on the engine that occasion. It was a solid third to Military Secret last time he raced over this surface. And I think it's a nice price right now at 9-2. I think he's got to go forward off the switch. Might cut it out, or at worst at a 2-hole trip.
6, About a Boy, has 5 wins on the year and 3 runner-up finishes.
Yeah, About a Boy is one that could really bounce back here, right? Disappointed as the favorite last time in a race won by Military Secret. Was having tremendous success earlier this season here at the river. I think he won 3 in a row, 5 for 19, 9 on the board finishes, and I think he can be in the mix throughout.
My top pick is 9, Dreamy Fella, your 4th choice. I told you earlier, I love this guy in here tonight.
Yeah, I guess to follow out a live one too, right? A Military Secret. He's been having a lot of success for Nello, hitting the board with frequency, and might be able to sit a good trip from the trailing post.
And 7, Fear the Dice, Jason Ryan trying to win both halves of the late double.
Yeah, with a chance here. I mean, I'm not sure how the trip works out for him. I don't think going forward the gate's going to work out for him tonight, but hits the board with the frequency, 17-1 on the board, can help add some value to the high 5.
Well, your top pick, Military Secret, the 4-5 favorite, but I did use Dreamy Fella on top of Military Secret. Better price at 8-1 as well. It's a field of 9 for race number 11, and the field for the 11th race is in the backstretch, gathering speed. Field for the 11th race is at the start of the rough, and Very Blue Chip is going to leave very well. Military Secret on the inside, and then Fear the Dice on the outside. And now scooting through from the second tier, Dreamy Fella. But right now, Very Blue Chip, Military Secret, and then it is About a Boy, and Dreamy Fella is 4th right now on the inside of the early action, and then Low Red Sports Star, and Fear the Dice and Serial Killer. And then it is back to Boots and Brine and Mickey Burke, and they race the way on around the turn, and off that 26-4 opening quarter, Very Blue Chip is moving very well. Military Secret gets the pocket. About a Boy 3rd, and then Dreamy Fella is racing 4th. Low Red Sports Star now flashing to the outside. Goes Serial Killer. Then Fear the Dice is racing on the inside. Further back is Boots and Brine, and trailing the field is Mickey Burke. And they work their way on into the backstretch. 26 and 4 opening quarter, and it is Very Blue Chip who's got the lead. About a Boy now is moving up, taking over second, about a length and a half back. Dreamy Fellow follows the move out by About a Boy, and Military Secret on the inside, and Garrett Rooney is racing, sharing a third now with Dreamy Fellow of a 56 and 3 halftime. About a Boy, and on the inside, Very Blue Chip. Dreamy Fellow is racing on the outside third. Military Secret is racing fourth, and then Serial Killer and Lil Red Sports Star. About a Boy is dueling with Very Blue Chip, and now Nello pulls on Dreamy Fella. Mellow Nello and Dreamy Fella's out 3 wide, trying to come on and collar Very Blue Chip and About a Boy, and Dreamy Fella's out 3 wide as they turn for home off 3/4, 125 and 3, and the veteran Dreamy Fella on the inside, Very Blue Chip and About a Boy. They come on to the finish, and Very Blue Chip is very good. Very Blue Chip, About a Boy, Dreamy Fella, and Serial Killer, 155 and 2. Well, Rob, halfway around that final turn, I thought I was sitting on a win, but boy, I'll tell you, Very Blue Chip was very game.
He certainly was. And you know what? 24 to 1 too on Dreamy Fellow. I thought you were sitting pretty as well, making a nice move. Wide there. About a Boy challenged Very Blue Chip a long way at a big price too. I mean, these prices were pretty large all around. About a Boy 20 to 1. Very Blue Chip, though, I said either going to be chopping it out or sitting the 2-hole. Well, he elected to have the lead in this one. That's how he's best. He swells up on the engine. Military Secret 2-hole trip just didn't have it tonight. Ended up fading out of it on the final turn. And then it comes in with a couple of big prices below Very Blue Chip here. About a Boy and Dreamy Fellow, a couple that we both thought would land somewhere on the ticket, end up doing that. Second and third at 20 to 1 and 24 to 1 respectively.
Well, my top 4 were 9, 1, 6, 5, and would have loved to see a 24 to 1 winner just to continue a heater. But look, you just can't knock how good Very Blue Chip was in there.
No, you can't at all. And I mean, the high five. I mean, this is going to be interesting, right? You're 7 to 2, and then a couple of horses over 20 to 1, and then Serial Killer, I think, fourth at 52 to 1, and then of course Military Secret rounds it out. So you got the two favorites. The second choice is 7 to 2, and then the heavy favorite, Military Secret, on the book end of it. So interesting to see if somebody has this, but real. A nice horse race to finish off the night here. Another successful Harness to Hope night here at the River.
Travis Henry having himself a great year. How about the drive of Nello from the second tier to pick up that kind of trip?
Yeah, no, he navigated it perfectly from the second tier. He got away well, then picked up cover. I thought Dreamy Fellow might be on the verge of a big upset for him and for you.
It wasn't meant to be, but Very Blue Chip was just too good, and Travis Henry is having a very, very good year. Very Blue Chip. It's a 5, 6, 9, 8, 1 top 5, and back in front of us, the winner, and a group from Team Terry is out in the winner's circle, one of our proud sponsors on the evening. It is Very Blue Chip, a mile of 155 and 2, 3-year-old Heston Blue Chip Bay gelding, owned by Owen Wilson, trained by Boyd Wilson. Travis Henry, the winning driver, 4th win this year, 5th lifetime, Very Blue Chip. And the price is Very Blue Chip, $9.80, $5 and $2.86. About a Boy, $11.90 and $5.10. And right on cue, it is pouring here at Grand River. 9 Dreamy Fella, $3.30. $2 exactor, $84.30. Dollar try, $340.40. The double of 4 and 5, $95.10. The 20-cent high five, $1,446.65. 11th race order finish from the top, 568. 912743. That is 568 912743 on the bottom. Well, fans, that does conclude the Harness the Hope night of action here, and thanks to everyone who participated in this great fundraising event, and special thanks to Mother Nature for waiting until right after the final dash was over to come pouring the rain. So thanks a lot there, and of course you can't rain on Harness the Hope night here at Grand River Raceway. Thanks again to everyone. Our next live racing event Monday evening, first dash 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Have a great night, and good night to Casey.